Hi, we have implemented customer related things or customer related database operations in our this separate project. Okay, before moving ahead, let me push the things. Here we can say DB operations, mongoose, or here we can say DB, mongoose, and customer DB operations. I am syncing it. Fine, this has been done. So whatever we have done for the customer repository, same things we will perform. Same things we will perform for bills also and user also. Okay, first enlisting the operation. So bills first, having the domain, new file, bill-domain.ts. We already have created this bill domain. Go to this bill domain, and actually there are two things. Copy this and I am pasting it here. This is the bill domain. Now we need to have bill repository. We need to have bill repository. We can create new file, bill repository .ts, bill domain, bill repository, right? That's it. So in the repository, how many operations we have in the bills? You go to the bills page. You go to the bills page. Can you see this is the database operation? First thing, listing all the bills is another operation, right? Creating new bill is another operation. Searching bill by means of the mobile is another operation, right? Let's enlist it. I already have enlisted, so I know. But whenever you get a question, how many database operations we need to create for these things, look at your UI. Look at your UI, and UI will tell you how many operations. If screens have not developed, check your mockups, and mockups will tell you how many operations are there. Okay, so let's go and write. I know already because I have already created this project. So we need to have bill related operations. First bill related operation, new bill export interface, I bill repository, new bill is one of first operation, and here we are going to pass a bill object, I bill. Again it will return the promise. It will return promise is of type I bill. Then details, bill details by means of bill number is of type string. Again it will return promise of type I bill. Then all the bills, the first page, this, all the bills. This is the bill details. Bill details is nothing but this one, and new bill, creating the new bill. Okay, bills, promise, here, array of I bill. Array of what? I bill. For this search, we can create one operation, search, SEARCH, ARCH. Search bills by means of multiple parameters, by means of bill number, mobile number, bill date, counter, cashier, like that. And here which is we are going to search by means of bill number, mobile, bill date, counter, cashier. If you see, all these are the part of this I bill, right? All these are counter, mobile number, amount, bill date, cashier, counter, mode, like this. So here we can use this of type options, search options is of type again I bill. We can create a separate also, but not required. Search bills is of type. Here again, same thing. It is going to return multiple bills. It is going to return the multiple bills, promise of I bills. Then recent bills. See, recent bills. So in the customers, it is actually required. Can you see 3 recent bills we are needing? While showing the customer details, we need to show 3 recent customer bills. So here we need customer mobile is of type string. And how many bills you would be needing? Count number. So I would be needing 3 bills. Again, it will return a promise. So we have made this thing dynamic. Tomorrow client says that no, I want to see 5 recent bills instead of this 3, 5 recent bills. So we don't need to change anywhere in the query, but simply this number we need to change, and that's it. Now here we can say export class bill repository implements I bill repository, and you need to implement the methods, right? These many methods needs to be implemented over there. Now before implementing this, we need to create the schema design. What's the schema we are having and all other things. So let's go to the build domain. We are already there, build domain, and now create the build schema. Const build schema is equals to new schema is of type I bill. We already have created for customer. Now we need to provide the type details. So customer, okay, object. So technically you need to pass object over here. Customer mobile is of type string. Bill number, again this is of type string. Okay, bill number is of type string. Bill date, it is of type date. Cashier, again this is of type string. Counter, again this is of type number. Counter. Mode, here we can say type string. UPI, card, and cash. 3 types of mode are there. And items, can you see? So here that type will not work. Type, so here you need to say this. So if you say something like this, array of I item, array of I item. So instead of saying like this over here, you can say array of object type. So inside this you can define the object type. So this I item take typically, so here we can say item name is of type string, array of this kind of objects we are saying over here. Price is of type number, quantity is of type number, and quantity is of type what? Number. So items is an array which is having this type. Getting my point? Items is an array which is having this type. And then we need to create the model, actually database entity, export const bill is equals to model is of type I bill, name of the model bill, and schema for this model, this schema. Okay, this is how you will create the bill repository. You'll go to the app.ts now. I'll comment these customer API and bill API. So here const, we can say this should be async. Const repo is of type I bill repository is equals to new bill repository, and here we can say repo dot new bill, await repo dot new bill. And I think in our project we already have the loader, yeah, this kind of data. Now we are saving it, right? So here we can say this is one bill, this is second bill that we will try to save it in the DB, new bill. So you need to call this new bill once again, await 2 times, and here you may, new bill, and I'm just copying this and pasting it here. This is the new bill. So this mobile number is different, this mobile number is different, and here amount is also different. So here if you see, these are the items. Okay, and let's try to save it. Also let's try to print it, console.log here, and this also console.log here, and repository new bill. Then what we need to use a model, const bl is equals to new bill, bl is equals to new bill, and this bill object we need to pass here bill, and return bl dot save. Now all the bills, let's try to get it, all the bills return. Here we can say bill dot find all, and don't show that underscore underscore v. 0 means don't show, 1 means show. Okay. Await or async. Async. This is also async. Async. Async, and all those things. Sorry, here await you have applied, and now repo dot bills. So console.log repo.bills, and instead of calling await customer API, we are testing now bills API. So we are calling the bills API. So this bills API folder. Okay, sorry, not folder, function. Let's clear it. TS node and check this thing. Validation error. Can you see? Cast object to bill validation field items underscore 0. Is this duplicate somewhere? Bill 002. Okay, bill number is unique. Remember that. 1 2 3 4. What's the error? Bill validation field cannot cast to the object ID. Okay, is it getting stored in the DB or not? Let us check it. Show collections. Can you see bills? DB dot bills dot find all. Okay, nothing is getting stored in that. Why? Customer mobile bill number, amount, bill date, cashier, counter, mode, items. Is it correct? Bill domain, customer number. Customer mobile bill number, amount, bill date, cashier, counter, mode, items. Into that. Okay, remove this ID. Remove this ID. Remove this ID from here also. Now let's try to run it again. Same, new Mongo Connect client must be connected before running the operations. Bill validation field items.0 underscore ID, cast to the object ID one field, type string, path this, item name string, price this. Okay, bill validations, items, item name. Are we storing ID somewhere? Await bills API. Okay. Yeah, something is getting stored in here right now. Something is getting stored. Okay. Two bills are getting stored here. I got it. Now this error is valid. this error is valid. Yeah, can you see here it is actually printing connected to DB npx ts node. It is working actually, but yeah, this is the items it is printing. Now what we will do, let's comment over here, comment to these, because data is already entered in it. Data is already entered in it, and simply try to find out. Yeah, can you see await? We didn't write await over here. That is the error. Now you will not get any error. It is working. Items, object, object, two objects, two objects. That is working. Now here, if you see, bill number must be unique. Unique, true. You cannot add bill number. You cannot add bill number with same number again and again. Unique, true we have written. Else it's same, no problem. Now these validations can happen only in the ODM, that is Mongoose. Now see, bill number 001 is already there. Let's try to insert same bill number again, which is nothing but 001. Let's uncomment all these things. Let's uncomment all these things, and you should get an error. Let us see what happens. Can you see there is an error? Mongo server error E110 duplicate key error on the collections, bill underscore number one duplicate key. Can you see? This is the duplicate key, which means that it is checking a DB level validations also, that this should be unique. And if you make this thing as a 3, and if you try to run it again, it will run. See, there is no problem. Here it is printing 3 saved. Here it is printing the saved object, right? And here it is printing the list of 3 bills, right? List of 3 bills. So in this way, this is working. Well, I noticed that here we simply have, in the customers also, we simply have implemented 2 things only. That is customer.save and customer.find. Okay. So let's complete the build repository, and again we will come to the customer. So details. So I want to find out the details of this particular bill number. I want to find out the details. So very simple, return bill.find1, right? Bill.find1. And here we need to pass the object and the key, which is the same as the key should be very same over here, because our variable name and the key is same. I can pass it as it is directly, and here you can say dot then, which will give you object of, so find one will give you only one object, but here we are using dot then for the reason we need to convert it to the I bill, and that's why I just called dot then. So it would be converted to this I bill automatically. Search bills. Search what? Bills. So we have this filter over here. Now remember that we might get some things as undefined. So let's try to do this. Console.log opt options and return undefined from here for now, or promise.resolve for now, return promise.resolve an array. Okay, now what I wanted to show you, just look at this console. Let's go to the app.ts. I will comment this code. I will comment this await also. and here we can say repo dot search bills, and here there are options. Okay, and search by, either we can pass bill number 001, or see, this is the ORing. We are talking about this filter. Let's go to the bill. We are talking about this filter. Either we can pass bill number, or we can pass mobile, or we can pass bill date, or we can pass counter, or we can pass cashier, or, right? Which means that if you pass this and this, automatically all two fields would be getting removed. All two fields would be getting removed. See, now here I am just passing bill number, and here I am passing bill date. So here new date dot toString. I'm just passing this string over here. Now if I run the project, what will happen? Can you see bill number and bill date? Only two things will come over here, because other are undefined, and that's why here only two things will come. Now what I need to do here, we need to create an, if you want to work with this, if you see here, bill dot find operator is there, and how do you pass the ORing $or operator, and here we need to pass an array by means of, here we can say array of bill number, whatever, we need to convert all these things to an array, and that array we need to pass it over here. And here what we are getting, only those fields that we have passed it over here, only that things we would be getting. Now how do you convert this to an array? For that we can say const arr is equals to object dot entries, these opts dot map, we will convert it, map here key value and arrow, here we can say, here we are returning an object, here we can say key colon value, and let's print this arr and see what happens. Console.log arr. Okay, console.log arr, and see here, and can you see here, this is the object. Okay, and each object, so this would be considered, so this key value would be considered as one object, this key value would be considered as one object. So we have converted this whole object to this key as one object, this much key as another object. That's what a requirement for the ORing OR operator over here. And here we can pass an arr. So whatever keys or whatever things you will find inside this array, just perform ORing on that part. Now let us see and run it again. What's happening? Why we are getting error? Await is missing. Await. Now refresh, clear it, and see it again. Can you see? So this object would be getting converted to this array, right? How? Each key needs to be one object. So this key needs to be one object. So we have used object.entries, which will give you key value pairs. and that key value pair should be getting converted to this object, key and value. That's it. And now this thing is working or not, let us see. Now let's search by means of cashier. So we have, do we have search by cashier? Yeah, cashier name Jane, and here we can say Jane and John. Okay, so here we can go bill number 001, and here cashier Jane, and let's write this into the console.log like this. One record should be there out of 3. It should give us only one record. Okay, Jane is having 2. Okay, it is giving empty. Let's have Jane Smith full thing here. Jane Smith full thing. See, can you see here it is returning an empty array. Let us see now what it returns. Yeah, to the Jane Smith, can you see Jane Smith, it has written full object. So what we have passed in an array, either match to this bill number. So this technically object we have passed, that object has been converted to the array of objects in the forms of key value one object, key value another object, key value another object. So here if you can see, either match bill number or match bill date or match cashier. So here cashier gets match and you get the thing like this. Correct. So this is nothing but what? It is nothing but what? Operation for this search. So search bills.find, bills.details. Now if you want to check bills.details is working or not, you should check all the operations. Remember that. Repo.details. Details for which bill? Let's say this bill. Await. And here we can say console.log. This thing. Console.log. This thing. Clear the console. Null for this details. Okay, this is the customer mobile. I'm sorry. Let's say BIL001. BIL001. Run it. Can you see? This is the details of BIL001. Customer mobile, bill date, John Doe, cash, and something like that. A lot of things you can see here. Bill details means when you click over here, we are going to pass this number BIL001. Can you see here you have passed BIL001 and you'll get those details. Okay. So we check this, we check this, we check this. Now recent 3 bills. How do we find recent 3 bills? Easy. So here you can say, return. So this is recent 3 bills for the customers tab actually. So here we need 3 recent bills. Those are nothing but these 3. Return bill dot find customer mobile by means of this customer mobile dot recent one. See, descending order, recent one sorted by bill date. Sorry, here you need to have an object bill date -1 sort recent one, most recent one dot limit. How many? Dot limit. How many? This count many. That can be 3, that can be 5, and whatever. return await. Well, await is not required here. Bill dot find customer mobile dot sort build date, by means of build date limit these things. Let's try this. Console.log. Here we can say await repo dot recent. How many recent? 3 recent bills. And which customer mobile? Okay, for this mobile there is only one bill actually. Well, let us see how many bills are there to this thing. Now, clear? Yeah, only one bill is there. Okay. Now, I think to this thing there are two bills. This customer, I think there are two bills. Clear it and run it again. Yeah, can you see two bills are there? So this is one bill and this is another bill. Well, over here if you see, items are not required. Just bill number, bill date, amount and mode. Only these things are required. Bill number, date, amount, mode. Rest of the things we can hide it. So here we can say customer mobile -1. We don't require customer mobile. This one. Bill number, we need it. Bill date, we need it. Amount, where is amount? Okay. Now see here, inside this bill there is no amount. Amount needs to be calculated or that has to be stored in the bill. I think while generating the bill we are storing the amount like this, amount, right? Total amount of this bill we are storing. Then why it is not showing? I bill, amount is also there. Then why, where is amount over here? Why? Let's check in the DB. Bills.find customer mobile, bill number, date, cashier, counter. Why there is no amount? Where is amount? Amount is of type number. Amount is of type number. AMOUNT. AMOUNT. New bill we are generating. Amount we are passing. In the bill repository, okay, let us check. Just comment this line. Is it showing for all bills? Clear it. In the all bills also, amount key is not here. But why amount key is not there? Amount. We are adding amount over here. We are adding amount over here. And at the time of entering the amount, bill API, you are entering the amount here, amount 100, amount 75. Then why it is not showing Amount is also here. Bill domain, I bill, customer mobile, bill number, amount, bill date, cashier, counter, mode, items. Okay, anything is happening? Okay, let's say amount colon 1, this is 0, amount colon 1. Now cannot do inclusion on the field amount in the exclusion projection. Cannot do inclusion on the field amount in exclusion projection. It is surprising. We are not doing any special thing over here. I bill. Oh, can you see here? Here we have missed the amount. Here you have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And here amount is missing. Here amount is missing. That's the reason. Type number. This is the reason why amount is not getting entered. We missed amount over here. Okay, now let's db dot drop db dot bc db dot bills dot drop. Okay, I have deleted the bills collection 1. So this amount should be there now. Okay, bill 003, bill 002. Okay, it is running now. Now just comment these two bills. And let's comment this out. Let's comment this out. And here, yeah, we don't want to see customer mobile. We don't want to see customer mobile. Customer mobile. Bill number, amount, cashier, counter, mode, items. Cashier, counter, mode, items. Cashier, also we don't want to see cashier 0, counter 0, mode 0, cashier, counter, mode, bill date, amount, and the mode. Only these many things we want to see here. Clear it? Yeah, can you see bill number we can see, amount we can see, bill date we can see, items also we don't want to see, and this v and underscore underscore v also we don't want to see. Just write it underscore underscore v, 0, items 0. See now, bill number, amount, bill date. Can you see only 3 items we are getting? From this recent, from this recent bills, so recent bills, search bills, bills details, all okay. These things are working correctly. I hope you got the idea why we have written this. At the ORing, we need to have array of objects. So we converted this object to the array of object like this. Okay, as I told you, customer repository only create and these two things we have seen. Let's complete those also, which is missing. Edit customer. Edit customer. It is easy, not a big deal. So return from here customer dot update one. There is one static method, update one. Okay, update by means of what? See, in the customers we have kept this thing as non-editable. You cannot edit this, but you can edit this. You cannot edit this. For the reason we are going to update the customer by means of one constant, that is mobile number. You can never change mobile number once you create. Okay, mobile number here, and here you can say inside this customer we can say cust.mobile. Okay, and for updating the details, you can say dot spread the customer object cust, and dot then means what? Whatever newly updated object that would be written from here, customer dot update one mobile, cust.mobile, and this spread other details. And then let us check customer app.ts over here. So we have created this customer. Okay, now a repo dot edit, just pass this mobile number. Okay, this pass this mobile number, and other details. Name, I want to change the name and email. I want to change what? Name and email. Can you see this? What I wanted to change, name and email. What is name? The DDD, email should be DDD and dd.com. And here, so this should be, technically it should happen like this, const cust. First you need to find the customer. First you need to what? Find the one customer, and then you need to delete it. And that's why we need one more operation. Can you see details of, let's get the details of customer first. So here we can say, first let's close this. Do you have implemented details? Not yet. So details also find one, customer dot find one, and by means of mobile, this mobile would be there. So here at the time of updating, first get the details, repo dot details of the customer with this mobile number. Okay, and from this customer, string would be required over there, and I want to edit this customer, remember that. I want to edit this customer, CUST. So here I can say mobile colon this cust dot mobile. It should be await, remember that, await. This should be also await. So cust dot mobile. Okay, and or here just spread this cust in this way. Name, I want to change it to the dd, and email I want to change it to dd @ee.com. And again here you can list it, repo.edit cust name dd. See here, first you have find the customer, you spread the details, so mobile number is also getting copied over here, and whatever you want to update, you can update those things. Okay, now instead of bill API, let's call customer API. So in the customer repository, delete is not working, details, so this is working, we have checked. Now we are checking this edit and the details. If edit works, details will also work. So let us see here, there is an error. There is an error. What's the error? Okay, this is the customer mobile number, this and this. Okay, well, this is the bills. Okay, this mobile number, only one customer is there, AAWW. Okay, in a customer, let's go to the customer domain. Where is the customer domain? Mobile is required true, unique true. Let's do one thing. In the db dot customers dot drop, let's drop the collection. Let's add the customers from beginning. So here mobile is this, then one more 8889. So here ert yy.com and the new date. This comment this, comment this, comment this. Let us see this much is working or not. Clear. Okay, clear. Okay, working. Two customers. If you can see, these two customers are saved, that's why these are getting printed by this console.log, and list is also getting printed. Okay, let's comment this out, and let's find this customer, console.log customer. Let us see it is there or not, this particular customer. First it will show the list and then only one customer. Clear it. Yeah, to the find there is a problem. Repo.details, some problem with the find one. Okay, dot, okay, not throw, it should be return. dot, then that was the concern. We were throwing from here, that was the wrong. Now just clear it and run it again. Yeah, can you see here, three things we have got, but how come mobile 9? Okay, actually this is the list and this is the separate output of the find one. So this is the find one, can you see? So one output, this is the list which is getting, which is nothing but this list, and then const cust await repo dot details, which is nothing but this, that is working. So for 9 init this is happening. Now we will keep this list as it is, repo dot edit. So over here to this, if you can see, this name is abc.aaww.com. So I want dd and ddee.com, and after that again print the list. After updating, print the list. So this thing is working, so I am deleting just to keep the logs minimal. There is an error from object. Okay, to edit, customers dot update one mobile, cust dot mobile, and all other things. What's the error? From object dot to object is not a function. So update by means of this and this customer dot update one mobile, this customer dot mobile. Anything we are missing? Await or something? No. Edit name. Okay, that's why I had written that in the beginning, because first copy the object, whatever object you have over here, copy that object as it is, and then update name and email, and keep rest of the things same as it is. Cust. So this list is coming from this. So details is also working. If I comment this much out, your code will work. So we can understand there is a problem in update. You have a problem in this edit function. In the edit, update one, update by means of this mobile number, where you should not get this function, sorry, you should not get this error. Just a minute, let me check it. Okay, this let's go to the Mongoose website. Are we not updating correctly? Models and updating. Can you see updating this size? Update one. If you want to update the single document in the DB, return find one and update. Update one. Each model has its own update method for modifying the documents in the database without returning them to your application. Okay. Update one. First is a filter. This is the filter. Now I'll comment this one and let's try to do this thing. Const cst is equals to new customer cust and cst, not cts, cst dot update one. Just a minute. Well, we'll see this. We'll see this update in the next video. For the bill, we don't have any update. So why this should work actually. Let me check what's happening. Okay, we'll see this in the next video. Thank you. Hi. So here we were getting one error. I have resolved this error and let me show you what changes I have made. First, if you can see, first we need to find the object. That's what we were trying. We need to find the object by this mobile number. This is the customer object. Now this can be undefined. So we are checking if customer is available. Then and only then repo.edit. So first copy all the things in the customer object. Then whatever things you want to update, name dd. Now I already have updated. So here we can say name www, and here we can say www rr.tom. Okay, something like this I need to do. So whenever you want to do this thing, I have made a few changes in the repository. First, if you can see this, first I have made change over here. In your case, it might be returning customer, only customer. It might be details method might be returning. If you are following my earlier videos, it might be returning only customer, but it can return customer or undefined. Okay, this is one thing. And look at the find one method. So find one method. So it was only then earlier. It was only then like this, but I have modified it. So customer find one, find by this mobile number key. So do not give me this _v. Then whatever customer we have got over here, cst, let's write cst, customer, convert it to the object. We need to convert it to this type of object of type iCustomer, right? So we are converting it to that object. Now if you look at the edit, so here find one and update, find one object and update it. So here if you can see, if mobile number is equals to cust.mobile, if mobile is exactly equals to cust.mobile, set all these fields, so whatever we are passing from customer. So if you see here, so repo.edit, a destructured customer object, so all the earlier keys would be getting copied as it is. Then name and email, so these two things I need to update, that's why I have changed it as it is. So whenever you do cust over here, cust is equals to repo.details for this mobile number, right? And whenever you do only this thing, only this much thing, whole and sole object would be copied over here. Okay, but from the copied object I need to change name and email, so I reassign the values and send it to the edit function. Can you see edit function? So from the Mongoose we get one function called as customer dot find one and update. So if for this mobile number set these new values, $set is operator in Mongo, set these new values, so whatever customer object as it is, you need to update it, right? So here what I can do, let's comment, go over here, just go over here, I will comment these 3 lines. Okay, let's run it, customer API, let's run it, sorry, tsx npx, sorry, ts node app.ts. okay, can you see here, presently the object id 7ae and that object id would be having dd@ee.com, and for this mobile number we are changing to something else. For this mobile number we are changing, so just get this object, so this much object you will get over here. You'll check if that object is available or not, so you will check this object has been received or not. If it has been received, just edit it, so copy whole and sole, so this object, all these keys would be pasted over here, but out of that I need to make name www, email you can say whatever this thing, and other thing dob mobile and underscore id should be kept same. Okay, and see what happens. Now look at this, so 2 arrays we will see. First this will print before update, this will print after update. Let us see what happens. Yeah, can you see this? So this is the before update, this is the before update. Check the object id is same, can you see? So this object id is same, but look at the name has been updated, email has been updated, so this dob is same and mobile is same. So update works in this way, right? Update works in this way. Well, I have made same change in the build repository also. If you find over here, find one, so earlier it was like this only, just then, but I have specifically converted to the object of type bill or undefined. So here also I have added iBill or undefined, right? So this is about what you can say few errors, and there is one function remaining in the customer side, that is delete customer. So here we have, go to the customers, can you see this delete query we need to fire. So what's the query for the delete? If you can see the query for the delete, so customer dot delete one, and we can return the deleted customer over here. what exactly, delete by this mobile number, delete by this mobile number dot, then and here we can say cts customer cst, sorry, cst arrow cst dot, can you see, acknowledged or the deleted count. So here we cannot get the customer object, so what we can get, cst dot acknowledged or deleted count. Let's return the deleted count. We might need to change this. It should be of type number. It should be of type what, number. So here also it should be of type number. How many things have been deleted? So here you just get the deleted number. So I have deleted these many customers. Let us see this works or not. In the app.ts, let's comment out these things and repo dot delete, and we can pass this mobile number. We can pass this mobile number, await, and console.log this thing. So you'll get how many items deleted. Okay, customer API have already been called. Okay, now run it. Can you see one has been deleted? One has been deleted. Now let's comment this thing and let's uncomment this thing and see how many records are available in database. Can you see only one record, and the record with 9888 is no more available in the DB, which means that your delete operation is also working well. Your delete operation is working correctly. If you have understood, write it in the comment box. Okay, if you have not understood, also write it in the comment box whatever your query is, and revise the session. You will get to know what's happening exactly. Okay, so here we have created bill repository, customer repository, and all the operations related to the bill and customer. We have tested, right? We have tested new bill details. If you want to test bill API, simply comment out this thing from here and bill API, and here if you can see creation of the new bill, getting all the bills, search bill and bill details. So these things we have seen, recent bills, these things we have seen. Okay, now here if you see, your backend part is ready. Okay, one thing is remaining, that is about the user repository. Login, for the login purpose we need this thing, right? For the login purpose we need this thing. So whenever you say user repository, it would be repositories like same other things, right? It would be the repository like same other things. And let's do it over here. New file, user-domain.ts, user-domain.ts. Now see what user domain would be having, email and password, right? Email and password. So here export interface iuser email, right? So here we need to add email and what, password. Email is of type string and password is of type string. Now const user schema is equals to new schema. New schema is of type iuser. We have seen this thing, and into this we need to provide the schema definition. So here we can say a user, here we can say email, here we can say email, type string, type S is capital over here, string, required true, unique true. No, so we are working on this part. As I told you while developing this screen, we won't be having any interface to add these users. We would be having some static users. We would be adding few users statically. Password, here you can say, type is of type string, required true. Both the things are required. Now what's exporting the model? Export const user, or instead of this app user we can say app user. Export const app user is equals to model is of type app, sorry, app user, name of the model app user, and which schema? User schema. This schema we would be needing, correct? Now repository, you would be having a repository, user repository dot ts, user repository dot ts, and in the user repository, one for creating new user, one for creating new user, and another for only two operations we would be having, another for login. Okay, export, we can say export interface user repository, user repository. So create new user or create user simply, let's make it short. User is of type app user. It would be returning a promise of user, app user, and login user app user, and it would be returning the promise user, app user, or undefined. If user is not there, it will return what? Undefined. So export class app user repository, implements user repository, implement these two methods, right? And here, how do you create user? Const usr is equals to new app user, and here we need to pass this user object, and user dot and usr dot save dot, then here we can say u dot to object. Here exactly you will get this app user object. So here you can say return, over here return. Okay, it should be a sync function. Now see, so to the save also, if you go to the bill repository, here I just have written save. Even in the customer also I have written save, but you can change it to this also dot then. So you are converting, see, this save returns some other object which would be having only save, when you say only save, only this much, it is having some other details related to the Mongo result also. But I don't want that result. What I need only and only object. So let us go here first, and in the user we might console.log, sorry, let's do in this way. I would like to show you console.log u and return u dot to object, u dot to object. So you will get to know what is this u, and also I will print console.log u dot to object. So I didn't use it directly over here because it was not necessary, but if you want to go at more professional level, you would be doing in this way. Let us see what is there. Let's go to the app ts. In the user API, we can say const repo is of type I user repository is equals to new user app user repository and repo dot create user, and here we need to pass email say abc and abc@gg.com and password say abc. Okay, now instead over here in the run, instead calling the bill API, simply call user API. So await user API. Here also await create user async. So this function should also be async. Okay, now let's clear the console and see here. And you see here, now see presently both the objects, so whatever things we have printed over here at the time, this u and this to object, both the things are same for the save, and that's why here also we have not converted this thing. Here also we have not converted this like this. Can you see here u dot to object? But sometimes this object and this object means this only u and u dot to object. So this only u and u dot to object can be different. At that time, this is necessary. Converting to the concern object is necessary. But presently it is not needed. But whenever you see at the time of customer, and here if you try to print CST object, here if you try to print CST object and CST dot to object, only CST and CST dot to object are two different things, right? So here also you might get this u, whatever you have received over here is different, and u dot to object is a reduced form of this. So this would be containing the metadata. Of the result set. You would be containing all the things about the result set, and inside that somewhere there would be this app user object would be there. So when you say only to object, all the metadata would be removed and only object would be returned to you. So for your reference, I can keep this also like this u arrow u dot to object, but it is not necessary over here, not necessary here for this code, for this time. You might need for the save also later on. Okay, now here we need to call another query. find one, right? So user dot, sorry, return user app user dot find one, and here what we would be passing this user object as it is. So either you can spread it or you can pass this user object as it is. So here we can say dot, then, and here usr console.log us. Just try to print this. Just try to print this. Okay, let's add the bracket here. And return undefined. Return undefined. Just for printing purpose I am doing this thing. What you get in this? So here, if you can see in the app.ts, abc and gg.com. So here let's comment this out, and we can say await repo.login. Either you are going to get undefined. Presently at anyways you are going to get undefined. We are interested in this log only, what it prints. That's why we are doing all these things. Login, and here we can pass email as this. Both the things same we will pass. Okay, and let's try to run it. Okay, can you see here this object abc dot? So here us, you are getting this object abc. Okay, and now if I just pass something else, so here you are getting null. Okay, so the find one method also, here also you don't need to do anything, just return find one. Now see, if you don't do then over here, can you see the type null or undefined is not assignable to this, so we need to add undefined or null over here. You can add null over here, because if record is not there, it would be returning null. You can remove this undefined also. You can remove this undefined also. So either it is going to return valid app user object or it is going to return null object. So this, then here the way I have written, it is not necessary to do it. Here also it is not necessary to do it, right? Okay, app user repository, iUser repository. Now let us see, we have created this object. So here it is going to return null. So what you can check, await const obj like this. If obj is exactly equals to null, which means that you can write console.log user not found, user not found. Else here we can say console.log login success, login success. Let us see what we get. User not found, because these extra characters have been added. Now check it again, and login success. So these things are also working. So we have created one user, abc@gg.com, password abc, right? And the password what? abc. So only one thing is remaining now, analytics related API. So we have implemented user related API, customer API, bill API. Now what's the remaining? So we will implement this later on. Okay, now it's time to integrate all this domain into your full stack app. We need to integrate all these things into the full stack app. It is going to become interesting because we are at the end of this project. We are about to complete the project implementation, right? So we will do it. We will integrate these things into this shortly. Let me update this code, and here we can see database Mongo queries or Mongoose queries. Mongoose queries for customer, bill, and user operations. Fine. Git ignore, not here. Okay, one mistake. I think node modules is uploaded. I forgotten or not. Yeah, it's not uploaded because at the top level directory, I didn't write .git ignore here, which is a good practice, .git ignore, but this is already removed from the top level directory. That's why these things have not been added. Node underscore modules. It's a good habit. So if you want to check in our queries, node modules has been checked in or not, you can go to the YT queries. Can you see there is no node modules? A reason for this is this git ignore. Can you see this git ignore? Node modules and this thing I already have excluded from all subfolders. So if you write at the top level, anywhere you will find the node modules will not be getting pushed to the VCS, version control system. Okay. So next section. So well, git ignore added, git not necessary, but it's a good practice. .git ignore file. Okay, now next section is going to be interesting because you will see complete application in action. Okay, so stay connected with me. We'll see. Thank you. Hi. So in the last session we have completed the queries. We have written all the queries, not all, but for bill we have written bill, customer, and the user. And analytics part we'll do later on, that I already told you. And also we said that we need to integrate this thing, whatever we have written over here, we need to integrate in our full stack Remix app. Let's try to do this thing. Okay, let's begin with customers thing. So here we can go, and here domain, under the domain there is a customer domain we have. Now you will observe one thing, your application will stop running continuously for the reason you are going to make the database connection on each rerun. Remember that we are in the remix, and if you change any code over here, it reruns the app, and whenever it reruns the app, we are going to create a new DB connection. That is going to happen, no problem, right? And there is a solution also on the Remix website. They have given solution also, but you need to add some extra piece of code in the global variable. We need to add the MongoDB, Mongo connection. Let's not do that thing. Let our application stops after every change. No problem. We will allow that. So I'm inside a Remix app now. So this is a Remix app. In the app, there is one file called as root.tsx. Remember that this is the starting point of your application. If you see here, after this file, your root is going to load, right? Your root is going to load, and in this file we will make the DB connection. In this file we will make the DB connection. So what is the code for DB connection? We already have that code for the DB connection. So if you go here, app.ts, and if you can see this piece of the code we would be needing. This piece of code we would be needing. Okay. So here we can say async run. So let's get this code and let's put it here. Async function. Okay, before this thing I have forgotten to add the required. Now see application, okay, it's running now, but whenever you will do a Mongo connectivity, this application will stop running continuously. Okay, before moving ahead, we need to install the dependencies. Do you remember which dependencies we have installed over here? You may go to the package.json. Can you see Mongoose? TypeScript is already there. In here, TypeScript is already there. If you see, TypeScript is already there. No problem. We need one dev dependency, TS node. Here in this Remix app, you don't require TS node. So we will not install this thing. So what's remaining then? Only remaining thing is Mongoose. Okay, let's install the Mongoose. I think we have it here. npm install Mongoose. Hit the enter, and Mongoose would be getting installed in your Remix app. As usual, run the npm application, and it is back online. And we have installed. This is btm-yt, and here can you see Mongoose is installed over here. Okay, now here the code that we have already written over here, async run, right? This code we would be needing. Okay, now you need to import it. You can import it from Mongoose. Okay, these APIs and disconnect call we don't need. This API and disconnect call we don't need. Async function run. So here we are connecting over here. And connected to Mongo. So this disconnected message, we don't need it. Okay, and then here you can say run. You can call run dot catch the way we have written over here, run dot catch, something like this. I will copy this run block over here. Now Mongo is there, and okay, connected to DB, and here we can see, can you see connected to DB? See how many times it is connected to DB. Okay, so next part we would be doing is the customer. Let's close this. Customer domain we already have written in this. So you need first this line. We need to import the schema and this. I export I customer. Just copy everything from our queries package. and now you will get an error, because every time creating a schema is a bad practice. And here you can export the customer from here. Okay, so this part related to the customer domain we have created, and then just a minute. Okay, root dot, this is okay, fine. Now let's create, can I refresh it? Okay, export customer. In the repository, let's copy customer repository, copy customer repository. So actually this will give you error because it is in the domain directory, dot domain / okay, we are in repository, so you need to go to the upper directory, domain, customer domain, right? So in the repository we got the customer domain. So I will remove these comments. Now you know what we have done exactly. Now in which actions or in which routes we would be needing this? In which routes we would be needing this? Let's say new customer. Let's have new customer, create new customer, right? Here is the action, create new customer. New customer, and in a new customer we need to import the repository. Remember that the way we have done here in the app.ts, in the API function we got the reference to the repository. Same thing we will do in here, import from, you can say / repository / customer repository, and here we can say I customer repository and customer repository. Okay, now in the action, can you see here, if everything is valid, then we are going to save the object, then we are going to save the customer object. So we can create the customer object like this, const customer is equals to name mobile, email, DOB, and this we need to store by means of this repository. So you have a repository, we need to initialize that repository. Well, here also we can use the design patterns, but I'm not going to that part. Customer repository, at least you should know how things are getting integrated and how things are working, and after this optimization part comes. I have told you this thing many times. First you need to write unoptimized code so that you should know what are the problems, right? And then you should write optimized code. Remember that. Okay, so here what we will do, I customer is of type, here you can say I customer I customer, and customer repository dot which we have imported, this customer repository, right? Export class customer repository dot create customer repository dot create, and you can pass this customer object over here, and you can pass this customer object over here. Now see, it is returning promise, and here you can say then if there is a success, remember that. So you are returning what? On success you are returning the I customer, right? Then cst arrow redirect, and then and only then you need to redirect. Can you see that? and then if it is getting saved successfully, so first we are creating and saved. Now can you see application is not running? Why? Let me show you the reason. See here, it is saying that, well, these are some other errors, but main error is, yeah, see here, okay, not this. Can you see how many times connected to DB, connected to DB, connected to DB, multiple connections are getting created. And here Mongo says that I'm going to create, and here Mongo says that I'm going to create schema only once. I'm going to create schema only once. But here we are creating schema multiple times, and that's why you get the error. You might be having that error somewhere. You might be having that error somewhere. Connected to DB, okay. From, well, these are some different errors. Okay, let's try to run the app again. We'll see that. I'll show you that, just a minute. npm run dev. Okay, now abc@g.com, abc login, customers, a new customer. We need to create the new customer, mobile 9876543245. okay, name we can say kkk, email kkk@gg.com, and date of birth. So validations, and we already have done the validations and other things, remember that. So you don't need to worry about validations and other things, they are running in place. Name, okay. Now see, something is happening over here. Mobile, okay, name, okay, and I think from here it is not getting redirected. Return redirect. So from here it is not getting redirected. No problem. So no problem. Let's write it over here and just remove this. Now if you refresh it, can you see this site is not working? A reason for that, well, duplicate key, we clicked that part 2 times, that's why you are getting duplicate key. Well, let's check in the Mongo, kkk is getting saved or not. Go here, Mongo sh, and use, what's the database name? bcmytdb, show collections, these are the Mongo queries, and here customers, db.customers dot find, db.customers dot find. Can you see kkk is getting saved? See here, kkk has been saved over here. So I suspect the problem is of, yeah, I got it, what's happening. You need to write await over here. You need to write what? Await. That was the concern. That was the concern. Await was not there, right? Now again we need to, if you do here, can you see application will not run? You need to restart it. Any change, I think that error it is not printing. Why it is not printing error? Let's go to the app root.tsx. There is an error. Okay, run.catch, there is an error. Let's do this thing in some different way. I want to show you that error. Just a minute. I wanted to show you that error. Root. Let's not handle the catch over here. Let's write it in a try catch block, await this console.log, sorry, over here, and console.error, console.error, error in Mongo connectivity, and here console.log this error object, sorry, error object. Let's run the app again. Okay, connected to the DB, refresh it. Let's make some change in the code. Dashboard.new customer. Here also you can write try catch, or just remove it because we are not throwing anything. Now refresh it. Okay, it is expected to give some error. Yeah, can you see here? I was about to show you this error. Connected. Can you see? First time it is connected to DB. Second time connected to DB, but it is getting error. Cannot override the customer model once compiled. It is trying to recreate again. The build was cancelled. And because of that, your application server stops running. So what I did over here, instead of handling from then block, right? So here I have written the try catch to the await. Because of this await, errors are not getting sent to this then block. And that's why here we need to write the try catch. Similarly, in the repository also you can throw the errors. Presently we have not thrown the errors from create, edit, details. We have not thrown the errors from the create, edit, details. So there is no point in writing this into try catch. There is no point. But I will, for example, I will write over here. You can see over here, and it is returning const saved object, SVD, saved object, right? Const saved object. And if it is saved, from here you need to return, you need to check if saved object is having some valid value. Why we have written? So answer to your question, why we are returning this iCustomer object from the create? Because we need to make sure that object has been saved successfully, and then and only then you need to return, and then and only then you need to redirect to the landing page of the customer. So from here also we can return the error block. From here also we can return this error block. So here we can say MSG. Here I can say MSG. Problem in saving. Now this will create the problem, because we need to return the error object from here. So here we can say error. Let's write like this, error colon. Yeah, now everywhere you need to change something like this. But see, you can write code like this. If there is an error, you can send the proper error object from here, right? So I will see, we can continue here also, but you need to change our front related code. I don't want to do that thing. Just comment it out, because presently this is not useful, because we have not handled the errors over here and we have not rethrown the errors. That's why There is no use. But we can do this in this way also. So I will keep this code which will remind you that you need to handle the errors properly. Okay, let's restart the server. Npm run dev. Again, I'm saying we can avoid this restarting by doing some stuff in a singleton design pattern, by making something in a singleton design pattern. But if I write that code, that will confuse you a little bit, because we have covered a lot of things in this project and I don't want to burden you by means of some extra code. We will cover it in some other project, don't worry. Okay, so refresh it, new customer. Now KKK has been created. 1 2 3 4 4 3 2 1 5 6. Okay, name ZZZ, email zz@zzz.com, and date of birth, older date of birth, Jan, 1st of Jan, and create. Can you see? It is happening now. Now let's go to the DB. Let's go to the DB and let's check that KKK is there or not. Can you see this KKK has been generated recently, right? Which means that from the front we are creating the customers properly. From the front, sorry, our front and back are integrated properly for the customers page. Let's write, or let's add the landing page now. All the detail, whatever customers are stored in the DB, right? Only that customers need to be shown over here. Let us see how to do that. So we have done with the new customer, right? Now go back, customer repository, go back, customer domain, go back, and here which customers page in the loader now we need to do. Where you need to write the code now? In the loader. Where exactly you need to write the code? In the loader, right? The way we have initialized repository in the new customer. Now see, here is also code repetition. This is code repetition. Remember that this is code repetition. Technically, your repository needs to be initialized only once. Your repository, can you see, you are initializing this again and again, which is bad practice. You need singleton design pattern over here. We will see that how to implement that in some other project, but presently we have a lot of code, a lot of things you need to implement. If you are practicing with me, I don't want to burden you. Let's do it in an optimized way, and later on we will see what is the correct and optimized way. Don't worry. Okay, so here DB query, I already have written a comment. Here you can say customers is equals to customer repository dot, can you see, customers, this thing we need. And instead of sending this static JSON, just a minute, I would like to store this static JSON somewhere. So here I can create one folder, data, and inside this I can create customers dot JSON. So you just copy this to the customer object. So just copy this much code from here, this JSON array, and paste it inside this. Okay, so paste it inside this. Now just pass this customers. Do not forget to write await over here, and customers, and what? Customers. That's it. Rest of the things shall work on its own. Yeah, to the DOB it will create problem. Let's remove it. And first see, without DOB, at least it is printing or not. You need to restart the server. You need to restart the server. npm run dev. Refresh it. Can you see only 3 records are there? So these 3 records, if you check, these 3 records are coming from DB. See, ERT, KKK, ZZZ. These names are coming from DB. Now there is a problem with the DOB. Now if you print DOB dot, if you see here, DOB, let's console.log. Let's remove this DOB for the sake of removing the error. And here I wanted to see console.log customers. And let us see what is there in the customers. Let's restart the application. Okay, connected to DB. Refresh it. Might be, yeah, key proc. So here if you can see, DOB is coming as a date. DOB is coming as what? Date. And that's why you are getting over here. You are getting error over here. And that's why it is coming as a date. So if you do DOB dot toString, you will see a big string over there. Can you see whole big string over there, right? So here there is a code. DOB. So can you see this is a full string? So what we can do, DOB dot to ISO string to ISO string, sorry, to ISO string. This is the date object, and here we can say to ISO string dot split. Okay, just a minute. DOB dot, okay, it's a type of something, string is coming from there, from the DB. We can go to the repository, customer repository, and here customers. Can you see here we are returning the list map, everything is okay. So whatever this CST is there, we need to return same CST. But there is a DOB, and you need to convert this DOB so CST dot DOB dot, okay, just a minute, we might need to change something. Let's make this thing to date only. Okay, here you will get the problem. Or string. Okay, let's not change over here. But we can change in the customers section. New date, and here you can pass DOB dot to ISO string. Now let's rerun it. It's not that easy running and testing because it stops again and again. Can you see it is happening like this? Now there is a Z, so we need only this much, 24, 10, 23. So we need to split it, right? So code would be something like this: to ISO string dot split by means of this t, and use the zeroth block. So can you see this much is the string? Can you see there is a t over here? So we need to split this thing by means of this t. So this is the 0th array element and this is the first array element. So we would be needing only this thing. Okay. Now let's restart and see what happens. Yeah, see, now you can see proper date object over here as expected, and all these things are coming from DB. Well, again saying here we are creating new date object. This can be optimized. There are techniques to optimize this thing, but for now let's keep it as it is. But here you can see DOB and whatever. So what we have done exactly, you got to know. So this is a full string. We got. We split it by means of t and we use the 0th array element. Split will give you an array, string array, and from that we will use 0th element, and you can see something like this. Okay. Now this edit block, can you see 988? Well, this is a random data. Just go to the edit screen now. So we have completed this thing. So this data is completely coming from DB. Now let's try to search the mobile number which contains 245. Can you see 245? That is working. 245. So this thing is also working. Now for the edit, let's go to the edit, customer repository, customer domain, delete this, edit. So here we can go edit customer. Repository we already have written. Action. Now, so here 2 times we need to use. Okay, so here whatever things we have done, now same things, import these 2 things everywhere. Import these 2 things, then initialize the repository. Can you see there is a code repetition? If you see here, there is a code repetition, which means that there is a scope of optimization. We can optimize it. So repositories need to be the singleton objects, right? I know how to do that, but let's not do it in this project. Fine. So loader, first get the details. So here we can say const customer is equals to is of type I customer is equals to customer repository dot details. Can you see we need the details over here, and we would be passing this params dot mobile. We would be passing this params dot mobile, and then we can say customer over here. Okay, customer. Why there is an error to the customer? Why there is an error to the customer? It says it can be undefined. If it is undefined, if customer is there, here we can say if customer and I customer or undefined, I think, or undefined. customer. What's the error? The type, oh, I'm sorry, again, await. Over here we need what? Await. Okay, so details might return if this mobile number is available, it will return iCustomer object, or it will return undefined object, or it will return undefined object. Okay, so here if you go, let us see this part is working or not, a data related to this customer is loading or not. Just refresh it, not refresh, restart it. We are the customers. Now see ERTYY, and these things should be loaded. No, in the edit page, I'm sorry. Can you see ERTYY, and the date is having problem. Why date is having problem? Same thing. So here it is returning the string. Here it is returning the string on IPCH form data, set form data. Okay. So here we need to set the customer object only, but let's modify the object customer, but DOB we need to change. DOB colon new date, this DOB new date, this customer.dob, sorry, customer.dob, or empty. If DOB is not there, set it empty. Okay. Now you may go here, restart the server again, refresh it. Sorry, not here, on the edit part, JSON customer.dob, where we have set the DOB. Okay, here itself, the customer object. Let's console it, console.log customer, and what DOB it is sending, let's check it now. What DOB it is sending? Yeah, can you see date? Can you see date is again in the form of this? Date is again in the form of this. Okay, so here we need to take some different approach. Here new date dot, same thing, to ISO string dot split, we need a string over there. If you want to set the date, we need string over there. npm run dev. Yeah, can you see now date 24/10/2023, and here 24/10/2023. So this is the whole date. By means of this is the ISO date, and by means of this T we have splitted. So this is the first section, this is the second section, sorry, this is the 0th section, this is the first section. We are setting this everywhere. That's what our format is. Okay, so one task in the edit has been completed, loading the data before editing. Now I want ERT to be something else. We'll do that thing, but here again you need to write the code. If everything is valid, customer repository dot edit, here we need to create const customer is of type iCustomer, we need to create name, mobile, email, dob and edit this customer. Await, do not forget to write await over here. Do not forget to write what? Await over here. If everything goes okay, you need to redirect it to the customer. Otherwise, you need to throw the error. So we have written this code far before. Are there any errors? Are there any errors? Okay, just remove this console. Work of this console has been done. Now let's try to restart the application. Npm run dev. Now go to the customers page. So this ERT, I want PPP, customers, edit, name of this, you cannot edit this mobile, remember that, PPP, mobile number, PPP @ddd.com, and date of birth, you can say date of birth, let's take it 1979 Jan 1st. Click on the update. Okay, click on the update. Something is not happening. Edit customer, return redirect to the customer, await this. If everything is valid, these would be set like this. Okay, let's open the console. Whenever you get error, console is also not showing anything. Console is also not showing anything. Okay, what's happening inside a DB? Update has happened or not? Instead of this ERT, triple P should be there. So you can write it again. Update has not been happened. Update has not been happened. Edit customer repository. Let's go to the customer repository. Customer repository. Okay. Why did I write await here? I don't know. Let's stop the application, restart it again. Okay, this ERT is as it is. PPP @ddd.com, 2004 January. Edit iCustomer, returning the promise. Customer repository.edit. Customer repository.edit. Are we making any mistake? Find one and update. Mobile, cust.mobile, set other things. Let's go to our this project. How edit is happening? Okay, first we are finding the customer and then repo.edit. Can you see we are doing something like this? First you need to find the customer and then you need to do like this. And what we are doing here? Simply edit the customer. Okay, so in this way it will not happen. So here const, here we can say saved customer. First we need to find out the customer which is saved already, and that can happen by means of customer repository dot details, and here we can pass the mobile number. Here you will get that saved customer. here you will get that saved customer, and here we can create saved customer, comma customer. Just simply spread this also. Now let us see what happens. Let's restart the application. I think it will give you trouble. ppp@ppp.com. January 1st. No, nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Well, this is wrong actually. Whatever we are trying to do is wrong. So here we got the saved customer. Validate fields name, mobile, email, DOB. Validate fields name, okay. So why it is not happening? Need to find it out. Okay, here it is happening like this. Await we have written. I'm sorry, await we have missed here. Let's give a try now. I'm forgetting await every time. I'm sorry for that. Okay, it is loaded. ppp@ppp.com. Sorry, this is the name, ppp@.com. 1982, 1st of January. No, what's happening in the DB? Is it updating in the DB? No, in the DB also this is not updating, which means that it is not getting this ID. That's the problem. When you didn't get this ID, okay, 9, so this number and this number is same, but whenever you don't get this ID, this happens. Okay, let me debug it little bit and I will resolve the error in next video. Okay, thank you. Hi. So whenever we were updating this mobile number, we found that this is not happening. So let's say ERT, instead of ERT, www@www.com, and date, let's change it like this. Update, can you see? Name okay, email okay, DOB okay. So we were stuck over here whenever we were trying to update this customer or edit this customer. Everything was okay. Everything is okay, right? So this is the repository for editing the customer. I just have added then CST, this cst.to object. Everything was same, right? Customer dot find one and update. And from here, first we were finding the customer and sending that customer over here. So I have removed that thing, but that was not the concern. That was absolutely not the concern. Edit was working with that code as well. But can you see, this is not fulfilling the validation. And that's why the validate fields was not getting fulfilled by this mobile number. So if you see this mobile number, it is a 8 digits. And if you go to our validations, if you go to our validate fields, mobile number should have the 10 digits, 0 to 9, 10 digits. So you ask me a question, you get one question. If we are creating the customer from here, how it has bypassed this validation? Concern is that it has not bypassed this validation. We have entered this data manually. We have entered this data manually from the repository, from our earlier application. Can you see? We have entered this thing in this way. So here you have not used the interface that we have created, and here we have entered the data. Here we have entered the data directly from the backend or repository without any validation, and that's why data got entered. Well, you can write the validation. Then you will ask me question, what is how to avoid that data being entered in this way also? You tell me, write it in the comment box. How do you do that thing? Here you need to apply the validation, right? Here you need to apply a validation. Can you see max length? There is one validation, max length. You can apply over here so that it will not enter any random data, and it is not satisfying the validation, and that's why edit was not possible, and that's why edit wasn't possible. That is the case. Let's try to update this thing. Okay, so instead of ppp, let's make www@www.com. sorry, just name is www, and here www@www.com, and let's keep dob as it is and try to update it. Can you see dob is as it is and things are getting updated? So this record was faulty. The data itself was faulty, and that's why edit wasn't working. But if you see, I didn't change much code over here. If you go to the repository, I didn't change much over here, just console.log one thing over here, and customer.find1 and update, it was there, just converted a whole result set to the object, right? Whole result set to the object. And here there was await and find customer. You don't require actually. That was, we were trying, but this code is enough. This much code is enough to update the record. So this record is faulty. That's why it was not working. You also make the changes accordingly in your code. Okay. So here we can say, here I can say customer edit functionality working. Okay, fine. This was about the edit. Now what about delete customer, this functionality? If I click on this and if I click on the OK, it should delete it. Let's go to the customers page. Here, customers page, this one, and let's remove this console, customers, and if you remember, set dlg invisible. So whenever you click on any of the button, OK or the close, we are enabling this. If you see here, okay, whenever you click on the delete button, dialog is getting open, and that is because this function. Okay, now if you see over here, on OK and on close, presently we have written arrow itself over here. We may create the function const on DLG, on dialog OK, on dialog OK. If dialog OK is there, you need to do repository. Here we have, okay, this is the iCustomer repository. And whenever you say on dialog OK, now see, from here we need to see, now it is little bit tricky. It is little bit tricky. Const on dialog OK. This is a React part. If you go to the again this docs and full stack data flow, component will communicate with the action. Action will update the loaders. Now your button is available. Your button, this button is available in component. See, and what you need to do? You need to consider that you have some function over here, action, and that action you need to call over here. How do you do that? And that action you need to call over here. Try to understand what I'm trying to say. As per the React full stack flow, you have a component. Component will update the component will call the action. Action will update the loaders, and again components will be getting updated because of the change in loaders. So here, what do you call? How do you call the repository? You don't have any access to the repository inside this. What I'm saying? You don't have any access to the repository over here. And repository should not be called directly repo or customer repository dot delete. This is a bad way. It will not happen. Your repository is a part of server. Repository is a part of server. So if you call customer repository dot delete over here directly, which says that you didn't understand the full stack flow. Component will never call repository directly. Repository is the concern of the loaders and actions. Component will ask action. Component will ask action to perform that job. Component will ask action to perform that job. Now, how to do that? That is the trick. So I want you to try this thing. This is incorrect, but I want you to try this thing. I want you to try this thing and let me know what happens. If you try to say delete with the particular mobile number, right? Delete with what? Particular mobile number. See, this is a async call. This is what? Async call. You just try to do this thing and let me know in the comment section what happens. This is incorrect. I'm saying again and again, remember the full stack flow. Component will communicate with the action. Action will update the loaders. Once loaders are updated, components would be getting re-rendered again. So repository or DB related thing is a concern of loader and action and not the component. So you may think writing this, you try it and let me know what happens. So here you can say some like this, right? And here you need to call await. This is the promise. And you let me know what happens. You just try to do this thing and let me know what happens. So how to solve this problem, we'll see shortly. Thank you. Hi. So what we are trying to work with this delete operation. But remember that delete operation is going to happen on the server side. So we have done something like this, but I'm repeatedly saying this is incorrect way. This is what? Incorrect way. Why? For the reason a RemixJs is having a full stack data flow. If you are trying to do something like this, you have not understood the flow of full stack development. Repository.delete or database related operation is not the concern of React component. That should happen either in the loaders or in the actions. And if you try to do this thing, this is fundamentally wrong. Then what to do that? How to do it? How do I delete it? Remember that component sends data to the action. Okay. So in this case, this whole is dashboard customers, which is nothing but this is the component. I click over here, I click on the OK, and delete operation happens. That is what expected is. But presently everything is happening on the client side. Now what is going to happen? So this is the one component, customers dashboard.customer is one component. App dialog is another component. Let me open the app dialog. I hope you remember this thing. I hope you remember this part. So app dialog we have here. Now whenever you open the dialog, remember that the click on the OK should be the form submission. Click on the OK should be what? Form submission, which means that you are going to submit the form. So how you are going to work? Let me draw it here. What is going to happen exactly? So this is your React component. React component will send data to the action. One of the action we will write. This is the dialog. Dialog will send data to the action. So deletion operation will getting performed over here by means of repository, and this action will return data to the React component, that is a dashboard component, and your dialog will be dismissed. So this is the dialog which is opening on this another component. This is the dashboard customer dashboard component. So from this component you are going to call one action. Action is going to perform DB operation. Whatever results are going to be, whatever the results of the DB operation are given back to the action. Action will send that result to the component, and the dialog would be getting dismissed. So this is how things should happen. But presently everything is happening inside a React component itself, which means that so every action is getting performed in the component level. There is no action comes into the picture. Let's code it. Let's take action into the picture. For that, first let's convert this guy to the form. It should be what? Sorry. It should be form tag. I hope you remember form tag. This is coming from remix run react. Okay. And this thing, so let me comment out this thing, and let's have a button. Let's have a button tag. Type is equals to submit, and here we can say OK, and instead of input type I have taken the button, and let me copy the class CSS classes. Okay, now if I refresh it, it's not running. I told you it tries to get connected DB to the again. That happens, but whenever there is a time when Mongoose create the customer model twice, it gives you error, and so your application stops. So run it again, npm run dev. Whenever you work, this can be avoided, no problem. But see, delete. Okay, now OK will not work for the reason, if you see here, the on click OK we are not using over here, and the input type is submit. So we need to submit the form, which means that we need to write the action. Let's go here and write the action. Export async function action. I hope you remember the action, and here we can say the destructured object action function args, and we need request over here, and we need what? Request over here. Let us see console.log, and here we can say action called. So in the beginning, what needs to happen? Whenever you click on the OK button, this log should be getting printed in this terminal. Let's rerun the app and see what happens. Refresh it, delete. Okay, let's open the terminal, and if you see the called action called, can you see anywhere action called? No, action is not getting called. For the reason, you need to give method post. We would be submitting the data of type what? Post. Let's stop it, run it again and see, is it working or not? And say okay. And can you see here action called? Action what? Called. Which means that the form from here is calling the action successfully. So technically you should return JSON, some object you need to return from here, and is deleted. Let's return a flag is deleted true. Okay, is deleted true. Now whatever error you received over here, you will not get that error. Okay, and go here, sorry, open the terminal, and can you see here somewhere action called? Can you see action called? Once again, okay, again you will find action called, action called. 2 times action called is getting called here. Okay, which means that we are submitting the data, and form is getting successfully submitted, and it is communicating with the backend. Remember that I'm telling you again, loaders and the action are server side components, and the component only over here is the React component front end part. And that's why writing like this over here is incorrect. Writing like this over here incorrect. Now let's try to work on the next part. So here, if you can see, so if I click on this delete button, this mobile number should be sent to the server. If I click on this delete button, this mobile number should be sent. If I click on this delete button, this mobile number should be sent. How do you do that? So for doing that thing, first, whenever the way for the edit we have passed mobile over here. Similarly, for delete we can pass mobile over here. On delete, so this is the on delete, and here I can say mobile and string mobile. Okay, so we can set the state also. We can set the state over here. Let's try to set the state, and let's create a state variable. Const dlt mbl, deleted or delete mobile, dlt mbl, set dlt mbl is equals to use state, it's of type string, presently undefined, dlt mbl empty string. And now whenever you call on delete, right, it is becoming visible true, and set dlt mbl, set this as mobile, but remember that whenever you click over here, the OK button is inside the dialog over here. OK button is inside what? Dialog. So we can pass that state in here also, or instead of this we can use this title, as that variable. So whenever you pass, instead of this confirmation, what we can say, DLT, DLT MBL, DLT MBL. So whenever you open instead of confirmation, so here you will get DLT MBL. That is the whatever mobile you want to delete, that mobile number you would be getting displayed over here. So instead of the static title, we are using that part. Let us see now. And one more thing we will do. Let us see first on the dialog we get the particular mobile number or not. Let's rerun the app. Click on the DLT. Can you see whatever mobile number you have clicked on, this 9899, if you click over here, that particular mobile number will be over here. Now if I click OK, do you want to delete this mobile, or we can write it into the text also, message do you want to delete. So from here we are passing do you want to delete. Okay, so we need to add the curly braces, JSX, do you want to delete, and DLT MBL. Do you want to delete this mobile? We can ask, do you want to delete this mobile? If you say yes, that would be getting deleted. If you say yes, that would be getting deleted. So let's stop the application again and see here. Can you see, do you want to delete this thing? So here also, do you want to delete this thing? So whatever this thing. Now that is happening, but I want to pass this mobile number. I want to pass on the click of the OK. I want to pass this mobile number. To the action over here. I want to pass mobile number to what? Action over here. And how do you do that? There are multiple things. Over here we can create a read-only input box, right? Over here we can create a read-only input box, and into that input box, something like this, we can do a div and input type text, name is equals to mobile, and value is TTL, your title, value is equals to TTL, and read only, here you can say read only, name is equals to mobile, value is equals to title. So whenever you are going to submit this TTL would be read and sent to the server. Just refresh it. Okay, server stopped. Rerun it, and over here refresh it. Yeah, can you see this input box? Do you want to delete instead of this? Okay, border bottom, just remove this. Just remove this message from here, and border bottom, and text we don't have, this is just empty div we have. Go here, refresh it, and can you see this? Do you want to delete? So whenever we are passing the data, just don't pass this from here, or we may create a separate. Presently I'm using TTL, but you can keep the TTL, or you can use a separate prop and you can pass that data like this. So here, so if you want to keep this TTL as confirmation, as it is. So here what we can do, msgttl, and here we can say data is of type any object, data is of type any object, and here now you would be getting the error. So instead of this, data is equals to an object where mobile, a key would be mobile. So here we need to pass an object like this, mobile, and its number would be DLT MBL. So data is an object, so I have assigned the object, so I can access this object over here, and here we can say data. So instead of touching this TTL, now what we can do, data dot mobile. So here instead of input type value is this, we can say data, just a minute, let's remove this div, and here we can say data dot mobile. In a data we have, or let's not make a dynamic, just pass mobile in it is of type string. Here also mobile, and like this. Let's not worry about the dynamism right now, just say mobile. I don't want to keep it difficult, so mobile, and here you can say DLT MBL. Value of the mobile would be DLT MBL. So let's try to keep it simple. So you have input box here. So this is one div, this is another div. Inside div there is a message, okay, and py5 we might not need, pt3. Let's restart the server, npm run dev, something like this. Do you want to delete this mobile, and why is the gap, py, okay, from top and bottom we need, but we don't need. Let's make pt margin top. Well, let's not worry about the layout or alignment or UI right now. We just need to see, yeah, do you want to delete this mobile number? Can you say, do you want to delete this mobile number? Do you want to delete this mobile number? Okay or close? Close means what? It will close, dismiss the dialog. When you say okay, this mobile number shall be sent to the server. Remember that this is a form, and the post tag, which means that you can go to the action. Const fd, I hope you remember, await request dot form data, and here we can get const mobile is equals to fd dot get mobile, and this is of type string. And let's try to console.log action called $mobile, action called mobile. Restart the server, and say okay, and let's open the console. Can you see action called with this mobile number means you have transferred data from the React component to the action. You have transferred the mobile number from React component to the action. You have transferred data from React component to what? Action. But there is one concern, if you can see, it is not getting disappeared on click of OK. Why? For the reason, whenever you come back from action to component, whenever you come back from whenever action returns something to the component, we need to dismiss the dialog, which means that, I hope you remember this thing, const AC is equals to use action data, type of action, right? Type of action, and over here you can say use effect. Whenever action gets changed, whenever this action gets changed, this hook would be getting called. And here we are going to say set, what is that called? Set DLGVS false. So you send data to the action, you perform some action on the server, and then again you send response back to the component, that is the React component. And after that you are setting the dialog false. Let us see now. Dialog should disappear. Presently dialog is not disappearing on clicking on of the OK. It is just disappearing on clicking of cancel. So here and OK, can you see now? So whenever you click the OK, data is sent to the server processes and sends some response back to the component, and on that change, on that variable change, you are closing this or dismissing this dialog, right? Now this call, instead writing over here, you need to write it over here. This is the correct place, and this is the correct place, and here you can pass mobile, and it should be await. It should be what? Await, right? It should be await customer.delete await. And here if you can see const, what delete is going to return, I don't know. Let us see what delete is going to return. Delete is going to return a number. How many delete count it is going to return. So here we can say const count or DLTCNT is equals to, it is going to return the delete count. If DLTCNT is a valid number, a true the value, then is deleted successful, else return the JSON is deleted false. If is deleted is a true the value, otherwise is deleted what? False, right? Is deleted what? False. Let's check it, this is happening or not. npm run dev. Let's try to delete this mobile number which is wrong. Delete. Okay. Refresh it. Can you see? Can you see that? It is deleting from the DB. If you want to check that, let's open the Docker desktop. Let's open the Docker desktop and see Mongo sh use bcmytdb show collections, okay, and db.customers.find. Can you see only two records are there? Only two records are there, 3245 32156, 3245 32156. Can you see that? So this thing is happening correctly. This thing is happening, which means that your actions are working correctly. You pass data to the server and server has returned that data back to you. Now this is okay. My next question to you is that if writing this thing is incorrect, because on DLG OK is a part of client side component, that is a React component. On DLT OK is a concern of on DLG OK is a part of React component, and you cannot do the server side action into it. If this is incorrect, how come this is correct? Go to the root. So I have deliberately kept this part right now. If this line is incorrect, this is the server concern. Firing a database query is a server concern. If this is the incorrect, how come this would be correct thing? This is the React root. This is the root component of the React. And you are trying to make a Mongo connectivity over here. How come this would be correct? Right? And that's why if you just inspect it and console it, right? Can you see here, error in Mongo connectivity? Mongo connectivity is not a part of browser. That is not the concern of the browser. That is the concern of the backend. So in the beginning, I have written this code because I wanted to show you the separation of the concern. If whenever you use the FullStack framework, front-end related code, you cannot write it in the loaders or the actions. These two are the backend related component, right? And the backend related code, you cannot write it in the component. So I wanted to cover this into the separate session. And that's why I didn't talk about this at that time. So what is the correct place of this thing? Just cut it from here and you will find something called as entry server.tsx. Entry server.tsx. Can you see all the backend related components you will find here? And here you make the DB connectivity. Well, Mongos need to be imported. Just cut it from here. And you need to import Mongoose over here. Let's format the document. And now all the server side entry server from here, server, this is the main for your backend program, you can say. And over there we have written this code. Now see, now this part won't be here. Okay, let's restart the server. npm run dev. Can you see that error is gone? That error is not there anymore because you were writing this code into the root, which is bad. You don't need to write it. This is the front end part. The same logic. This is the backend part. You cannot write it in the front end. In the same fashion, this is the backend part. You cannot write it into the front end, right? And now your architecture is working correctly. Your architecture is working correctly. So you are passing data, your component passing data to the action performing DB query, giving the result back and updating the component in that way. So this is about what you can say, deleting the number. Fine. So this was one concern. We have solved it. We'll see in the next session about next screens. Thank you. I think this is all about the customer related actions. So everything related to the customer is working now. So this action is working and all these things are working. Now we will start with the bills. I think we'll see that. Thank you. Hi. We have worked with almost every action of the customer: edit, delete, create, and finding out all the customers. But while deleting, I have seen one concern. Let me show you that concern. Go to the new, create the mobile 7868584838. Okay, this is the mobile number. www or ERT, here we can say ERT @op.com and let's set some date, and you can say create. Okay, we have two customers which are over here. Now I'm deleting this and say okay. Can you see I have deleted customer, but the component has not been updated. The minute I refresh it, component would be getting update. So if you see here, what is happening? Component send action. So this is the action we have written, and action sends data to the loaders, and loaders update the component. Component send data to the action. Action performs the actions, whatever requirement is that, and action updates. Can you see? So loader data on the page automatically revalidated. Forms post the data to the route actions and update the persistent state. Component sends the data to the action. Action updates the loader, and after that component is getting re-updated. But this is not happening in our case. This is technically this is happening, but due to our architecture this is not working. If you see, this is the loader. Customer is equals to use loader data, type of loader, and you are passing that loader initially to the use state. But what if after this line, customers get updated? That code we didn't write. So what I'm saying, so in the beginning, whenever this line would be getting executed, so customers would be passed as a default state to the filtered array. But what if later on, in this scenario, we are deleting and actions are updating this line? After that, second time, how you are going to set the data to the filtered? That code is missing, and so that we need to add one code over here, use effect, and we will write dependency list, and that dependency list would be having customers, and here we can say set filtered, and here we can pass customers. Okay, we need to restart the server, I think. Let's create the customer now. So without refreshing page, a row should be deleted. Okay, let's delete this and say okay. Can you see this? Automatically, let's create the new customer. 7545653525. Name AAA. Email abc@g.com. DOB. First create. Okay, we created. Now let's try to delete it. See here, without updating or without refreshing the page, customers are getting deleted. That is happening correctly, which means that now it seems that our customer related operations are ready or completed. Okay, let me create customer because we would be using it in future. Okay, let's keep this one customer over here. That's all about the customer sections. Now we will move ahead with the bill section soon. Thank you. Hi. We almost have completed customers related screen. Why I'm saying almost? Just a minute, let's start it again. Let's start the server again. One thing is remaining in the customers. That is nothing but customer details. So this part we can show right now, but this part is pending, bill related, which means that customer details are dependent on bill details as well. So let's work on the bill details. Even we will start in the bills from the new bill section. Why? Here we would be getting the bills which are coming from the DB. Presently these bills are coming from a static array, right? So let's work on the bill section, new bill section, sorry. So when you talk about the new bill section, a lot of times we have discussed this functionality. You are going to enter the mobile number. This mobile number would be searched in the customers collection. if the the customer with the particular mobile number is available, and if you search, then and only then this below part would be visible, otherwise not. So let us modify the screen or modify our code accordingly. If you look at the code, you will get to know that thing. A complete thing or complete UI is wrapped in one form, right? And here, if you see this, if you check in your code, if you have typed with me, input type is button. So this is one form. So this section shows mobile number and the search button. Oh, spelling of the search is wrong. SEARCH. So I will make this guy also submit. So this would be also submit. And the checkout button is also submit. This is submit, this is submit. Means in your form you have two submit buttons. Okay, but only single action. Only what? Single action. So action would be single. This action would be single. This action would be single. But you can call this action from two submit buttons. One from here and another from the checkout button. So first we need to distinguish in the action. First we need to distinguish in the action which submit button you have called, search or checkout. How to do that? If in the form data customer mobile is available and any of the thing from this thing, what you can say, other form details like UPI or mode of the payment or these things. But if you see carefully, so this will remain as it is, and the admin and the counter would be passed as a post data, right? So they will remain forever over here. So what is going to happen in the beginning? Only the search and these details are present. So you cannot consider admin or the cashier or the counter field to check you are submitting form for searching mobile or submitting form for checking out. So we can consider this thing, mode, right? We can consider what? Mode. So here we can check like this: if customer mobile and if customer mobile is present, remember that this is a string. We are converting all these to the strings and the numbers, which means that technically this thing would be null. And here you can check, see, mode is exactly equals to null. So actually, if you see, can you see what it returns? If the particular thing is available, either it will return the form data entry value or it will return the null. And you are converting, if this thing is unavailable, it will return null. If fd.get is mode is not available, it will return what? Null. And null string of null, which means that string null. So here you are checking. If this is the condition, if this is the scenario, console.log, we can say console.log, here we can say you are or form submitted for checking mobile, form submitted for what? Checking mobile. Else form submitted for checking mobile, else form submitted for checkout. Form submitted for checking mobile, form submitted for checkout, right? One more thing we need to do, we need to hide this thing. We need to hide all other things after this and this. These three things we need to hide. And we can do that by means of the state variable. Let's create the state variable. Not here. Let's create the state variable const customer available. Here we can say cst is cst customer available av set cst available is equals to use state. Type of the value would be boolean, and by default it would be false, and by default it would be false. Is customer available, and this would be false. So here you can say this thing, okay, and let's wrap it in a fragment. What is a fragment? Please write it into the comment box. What do you mean by React fragment? Why it is needed? Meaning of this, right? So I'm covering React in some of the videos. You may go here and check my React videos. You will get to know what do you mean by that fragment, React fragment. But this is not the time to explain all these things. We need to cover the project. Okay, so here we can say now is customer available and let's write the bracket, sorry, and it's a good practice of writing the bracket like this. If customer is available, then and only then this thing is visible. So by default let's make this thing as false. Now let's rerun the app. You know the reason. I have explained the reason many times why we need to rerun it again and again. Now can you see this is invisible? It is invisible. It is invisible. Okay, now click over here and the search, and any console is printed? No. So let's check. So here customer mobile and mode is equals to null. So presently we don't have mode anywhere here. Presently we don't have mode anywhere over here. So expected that should print this line because we are form submitting for checking the mobile, but that is not happening. Why? Okay, input type submit, that is missing. Input type submit, we need to submit the form, clear it, and npm run dev, and just enter something and click on the search. And here if you can say form submitted for checking mobile, form submitted for checking mobile. Okay, let's check for another thing, that is nothing but for checking out. Let's go here and let's make it true for now manually so that the form would be visible. Npm run dev, and can you see form is visible. Now enter the mobile. Okay, enter the mobile. The mode is already selected, checkout, and here we can see, can you see form is submitted for checking out, which means that our logic is correct. So here we are identifying form is submitted for exactly what? Form is submitted for checking mobile or form is submitted for checkout. Okay, that is good. Now if customer mobile we have over here, customer mobile and mode exactly equals to null, which means that we are submitting form for checking the mobile. But remember that we will keep these things same, we will not change it. So here we can say, you can say invalid mobile, or here you can say customer not found or found, whatever, not found, and here you can return say invalid false. And because we have written the return over here, we don't need to write in the else block. But mobile, as we have done validation, server side validation, let's check mobile over here. mobile is correct or not, otherwise we will return the error message. Then at the last we will check this condition, then we will check this condition, and here we will call a db query, a db query. Here we will call a db query for what? Checking mobile is there or not. Otherwise our usual process. So form submitted for checking out, then whatever, and redirect to the bills page. So that will happen, right? I hope you got the thing, what I mean to say. Okay, now one more thing, this amount. So this is whatever we have discussed so far, that is related to what you can say is checking the mobile in server, right? And accordingly showing and hiding these things, right? Also checking out the details. But if you see, there is something called as amount. A bill amount. And this is nothing but what the grand total is, nothing but what the bill amount. And presently this amount is not getting submitted. If you console it here, console.log, if you console it over here, and we can say amount, and we can say what? Amount. Let's run it. npm run dev. Search it. Okay, just click on the checkout, and if you see, okay, amount is getting 0. You are getting amount 0 because it is converting it to the 0. Fine, let's do one thing. Let's send that amount to the server also. How do you send that amount to the server? So instead of this, let's have input type is equals to number. Input type is equals to number, and I think we have total amount, set total, and GST. Total plus input type number, value is equals to total plus GST. Okay, and let's give some name attribute is important. Amount, name is equals to amount. Okay, so this is the total, value is total plus GST, and let us see what happens. Run the project. So whatever error you see over here, that is related to the key prop. Okay, got it. This is something else. And here it is a read only. Here it is a what? Read only. Now let's rerun the application again. Okay, let's rerun the application again. Mobile number is this, item AAA, price 12, quantity 30, add it. Can you see here input box? You can see over here. And now click on the checkout and check over here. Can you see 4 to 4.8? Earlier you were getting 0, right? So you have submitted the amount as well. Okay, you have submitted the amount, but UI is not that precise. If you see, it is overflowing beyond the thing, beyond that particular border. Now input type text, say class name, white space. Let's apply these two. Let's apply this class. Let's apply this class. Generally apply class after all these things. You need to refresh it actually. Sorry, restart it, not refresh it. Yeah, can you see here? Grand total is this, and we need grand total at center. Text center. Let's restart it again. Yeah, now it is exactly at the center. Let's try it. 90 item AAA 123 quantity 20. And if you see, so I told you this is your job. You need to reduce this number to the 2 decimal points only. In earlier video I already have told you. Now check out, and if you see here, can you see the amount is also getting submitted. So this thing was missing, and that's why amount was not getting submitted. Okay, so this is how what you can say certain things related to your code will work. Now let's test it again. Let's make it false. Okay, let's make it false, and let's rerun the server. And here you can say new bill. Can you see there is one error, unique key prop? That is something else. Click on the search, and if you see here, if you click on the search, form submitted for checking mobile, form submitted for checking mobile, right? Form submitted for checking mobile. Even if you send a wrong mobile number, from here itself you will get the message invalid mobile number. Correct? Invalid mobile number. Fine. So here, so a lot of things can be modified actually. So presently we don't have any input label like this. Input label like over here like this. We can say, or instead of label, let's add a span, and here we can paste the MSG, right? Presently we are printing MSG somewhere above the form. Yeah, this is, if AC is there, and here we are printing this MSG before the table. So if we can take this guy from here and if we can put it here, reformat the document, so we don't need this span here also. Now let's try to send a wrong mobile number. Okay, just try to send ABC, and see here invalid mobile number, something like this. Well, we need one div for this actually. Let's write div. And let's apply this class flex W90%, justify between, or flex, that's it. Justify between other things are not needed. npm run dev, just add some mobile, and can you see here invalid mobile number. So let's do it after horizontal rule. Error messages would be displayed in between. After horizontal rule, all the error messages would be displayed over here itself. Now here I can add like this, invalid mobile number. Okay, so what we will do, so let's make it true, show the table below. Okay, and let's try to check out. Can you see it is showing invalid mobile number because of this. Okay, let's try to add valid mobile number and check out. No items found. Can you see? So error message properly handled. A common error message properly handled. So what I am saying, we can do a lot of improvisations in this code. If anything is missing, you can consider it. Why I am saying this thing? For the reason I have to emphasize on the business logic. So this bar might not look good. We can show little dialog box here also on the top. Not a big deal. I have not used any of the third-party libraries. I can use it as well. But I wanted to show you how things work from the ground, from the scratch, how you are going to work. That's what we are doing over here. Okay, now this screen is almost ready to handle the validations, to handle required data and all other things. Now we have not created the repository yet for the bills. Let's do that thing in the next session. Thank you. Hi. So we have seen the things which are required to create the new bill. Few changes we have made in this code. Now it's a correct time to build the repository, bill repository. So when you say bill repository, let's create bill repository. Here I can say bill repository dot ts. So how many operations are we going to perform in a bill section? So if you see the bill section, this is the search which will happen on the server, right? Search will happen on the server. Then new bill would be there. Then bill details. This is a server action. Bill details. Then showing all the bills on the front screen, showing all the bills on the dashboard thing over here, and recent bills for the customers. We need the recent bill. This also will fall under what you can say bill repository. So what our interface would be having, export, here you can say interface and I bill repository, I bill repository. So here new bill which would be accepting bill is of type I bill, which will return promise, and also it will return I bill. Okay, then details, bill details, and here we need to pass bill number is of type string, promise, here you can say it will return I bill, right? Because from this number it will return the bill. So here bills for the dashboard, promise, and array of I, array of I bills. Then what is there? Search bills. Search bills. And here we will be needing options, OPT, options. And if you go to the dashboard page that we already have, dashboard.bills, which is returning the bills. And if you see in the search filter, search filter, the filter is having object of iBill, which means that here also we can pass iBill type data, and this also returns the promise array wrapped in the promise. Here also recent, RECENT, recent bills, and here customer mobile string, and number of bills is this. Again it will return array of the bills, right? So these many operations are expected on the Mongo. We need to create these many queries. Okay, now here let's implement this export class bill repository implements iBill repository, implements iBill repository. Just a minute. Okay, implements iBill repository, and one by one we need to implement the things. So how do you save? If you go to the domain, first thing we need to create, first and foremost, we need to create schemas. If you don't have schemas, how do you do it, right? The way we have created the schemas, if you go here, can you see we have created the schema and imported the model like this. Same thing we need to do. So let's close it, this one, and here we can say const bill schema is equals to new schema of type iBill. Do we have amount? Okay, bill number, amount, date, and these things, and we need to define the types now. Customer, okay, let's import the schema first. Schema customer mobile is of type string, then bill number again is of type string, amount is of type number, bill date is of type date. Okay, in the customer domain, okay, DOB is a type date. Then cashier is of type S capital string, counter is of type number, mode is of type string, items is of type an array. An array would be having these things: item name is of type string, then price is of type number, and quantity TITY is of type number. Item ITEM, name, string, price, number, quantity, and these things. Okay, so this is the schema. Schema would be containing these many details. Then let's export the model. Export const bill is equals to model is of type bill, and name of the model bill, and this is of type schema bill schema. It is of type schema bill schema. Okay, now what? In the repository you simply need to perform the actions. Let's open customer repository also for reference. You can keep this thing open for your reference. So how you have done the save? So here const bl is equals to new bill, and you can pass this bill to this, and then you can say return bl dot save, and let us see what you have. B arrow, or that's it, save. That is okay. Okay, now we have bill, and let's try to get the all bills so we can show it on the dashboard immediately. So here return, there is a static method bill dot find. So select all, but I need to hide __ v colon 0, and also I don't need items, so items 0. Okay, so it should show the bills on the dashboard. This should show bills on the dashboard, and this will save the bills. Okay, now if you want to find the details of one bill from the bill number, return, here you can say bill dot find one, and here that too by means of bill number dot, then here you can say bl arrow bl dot to object, bl dot to object. Now here it is saying that this can return undefined, so let's make the change accordingly. iBill or undefined, iBill or undefined. Here also you can say or undefined, right? So here you will get one object. Either you can get iBill or undefined. How we have done this thing in the details. Can you say iCustomer or undefined? And here two object we have done. Two object we have done. In the same fashion we have done over here in the bills. But why there is something is missing over here? Okay, this can be converted to the async function, correct? Async async, async, and what? Async. Everything should be async. Okay. So details save, and this thing search bills. Now how do you search bills? So if you want to search the bills, so here you would be getting object in the key value pairs, objects in the what? Key value pairs. But first we need to convert it to the array. So here I will write it const, or here you will get object like this, a colon or bill number colon, something like this, bill date colon, something like this. You will get object in this form, const obj, ob is equals to this. You'll get object in this form. And what kind of object we need to generate? What kind of object we need to generate over here is that we need to have an array const arr is equals to array, and into that this into one object, second this into another object. So we need to generate array like this. So from this object we need to generate something like this. So this opt options would be having data like this. These options would be having data like this, and we need to convert it to the data like this. So let's comment it. So how do you do that? Const arr is equals to, there is one method called as object.entries, and these options we can pass opts, options dot map, here you can say, and here we would be having a function which would be having key and value arrow, and here we would be returning, the object. Here we would be returning the object, and here you can say this key colon value, key colon value. So here you will get, so you will convert object in this form to this form, and now we can return bill.find, and there is a or operator. Here you can say $or, and you can assign this array, right? So whenever you use or operator in the Mongo, it requires array in this form. Oring we are performing. Well, we will discuss, and if required we can modify this method also. But at the beginning, okay, just a minute, let's do it again. In the beginning, bill number, you need to search by means of bill number or mobile or bill date or counter or cashier, right? And it has nothing to do, so this filter has nothing to do with the server, only this is related to the server. Now there is one more case. If I simply click search over here, which you are passing empty, means everything would be empty, right? Everything would be empty. If array is empty, we need to send all the bills. If nothing is provided over here, we need to send all the bills. So simply, instead of without, what you can say, without entering any value, if you click on the search, right? If you click on the search, it should return all available bills, right? Let's implement that part. How do you implement that part? So here we can check it. If object dot values inside this opts dot every, so every VL is not VL, you are just checking for the falsy values. If everything is falsy, you are just checking for the falsy values and return over here bill dot find all. Can you see? If everything is empty, every value is actually, it's a falsy negation becomes truthy, right? And you are checking in this way, then return all the bills. Otherwise, perform the ORing and same find method. Here you have used the find method, here also you have used the find method, right? So here apply ORing, return directly. In this way, this happens. Now about the recent bills in the customer details. Recent bill is in the customer details. It is easy. Return bill dot find. Search it from the customer mobile. Dot sort. Sort by means of bill date. Here we can say bill date colon -1 dot limit. Not here. Dot limit to the count. Bill dot find this sort -1. You tell me it's a ascending or descending. Write it in the comment box. So when you say bill date -1, it is a ascending or descending, right? Look at the requirement. Okay, look at the requirement. Requirement is telling you all the things. Customers and recent transactions. What you need? Recent transactions. Now come over here to the sorting. Why we have applied the sorting? Recent transaction sorting, and bill date is -1. Write it in the comment box. So requirement is in front of you. I have written bill date -1. So writing -1 is a descending or ascending. Write it in the comment box. Okay, fine. So in the beginning or at the first place, this seems sufficing your needs. This repository, if requires, we will come to this repository and change it. Let me push this code immediately. A bill domain and repository creation. I have pushed the code. Well, I have pushed everything so far. Whatever I have implemented so far, everything have been pushed. Okay, so let us see. First we will implement this thing in the new bill, but in the next video. Thank you. Hi. In the previous video, we have seen the repository. We created bill repository and required operations for bill repository. At the first place, I see this is a correct code, but if we need to change, we can change it later on, no problem. But at the first place, I see this is correct. That's why we have implemented this thing. Okay, we already have make arrangement for what you can say checking out this thing. We already have made an arrangement for searching as well as checking out from new bill, right? Let's refresh it. Okay, so as we discussed, this complete is a form. If you check and go here, this is the form we have. Can you see complete is the form tag? This complete is the form tag. So here input type submit is there, and one more submit is there. This input type submit is there, which means that from here also you are going to submit the form, and from here also you are going to submit the form, which is creating little complexity in this page. Well, this page is the most complex page throughout the project. A lot of things we have implemented already over here, and for submitting the action also we need to take little efforts. We will see that. Okay, so first thing, we have two customers. This is one customer, another customer, and first if I want to generate the bill, customer needs to be available. So you are going to enter the customer mobile number, search, and then and only then the below section would be enabled. Presently this is visible all time. So let's do that part first thing. It shouldn't be visible every time. So what we should do, it should be visible only if customer is available. Let's mimic that functionality. Okay. So if you see this, if you see, this is the action we have written. This is the action we have written. And into that action, if we have checked customer mobile is available and mode exactly equals to null, which means that in the beginning mode, so below section won't be there, so this mode won't be there, right? So here you have checked if customer mobile is there and mode is exactly equals to null, right? You are submitting this form for searching the customer availability, right? If both the things are available, which means that you are checking out. This was our primary perception. Let us see this works or not. Let's go here. We have implemented is customer available, right? And if you see here, if you see here, is customer available, on the basis of this boolean value we are showing and hiding that section. Let us see that works or not. So this is the state variable we have. So in the very beginning, what I will do, let me copy paste this to the top. So again and again I'm saying this is the very basic architecture we have created, right? And having the validation code in this page is very bad idea. Having this code over here is bad idea, and that's why for customers and other thing we have separated the validations from from this file. Here also you can do that, but what is a bad to show you that I have kept this code over here. Let's keep it as it is. We can restructure it also, but as I said in the beginning, I will not focus on the optimization related part. Here we will just understand how complex applications are developed. Okay, optimization is altogether a different game, and optimization should be done while you create the code or while you type the code. But in the beginning, let us keep optimization related things aside. We will talk about that in some other project. Okay. One more reason for that, this video is becoming very much lengthier. That's why I don't want to make it more complex. So let's keep it simple. Yeah. So here, if you see, on the basis of this, presently it's a true. Let's make it false and rerun it, and you will see the section will disappear, right? Because we have managed that by means of this state variable. Okay, we already have created a build repository. Let's try to integrate this. This is working or not. First thing what we will do, let's write the code here. Okay, this is a customer matching, not here. Let's write the code over here. But before that, we need to import customer repository, because we are checking customer related operations in a customer repository. Customer repository is equals to new customer repository. Okay, we have created the customer repository, and now here we simply need to check const cst customer is equals to customer repository dot details. So we will pass this mobile number, and if customer with this mobile number is available, it will return some valid customer, right? So here we can check if customer is available, if customer is available, if cst, sorry, not this, if cst it's await, remember that, await. And here we can write this code, customer found is form valid true. Okay, so we have added customer related things over here, and let us see this thing works or not. Okay, this thing works or not. It will not work. I know what's the reason. You tell me. This will not work. What is the reason? A reason behind is that, again, architecture of the RemixJs. Again, architecture of the RemixJs. Component is going to send data to the action. Actions are going to update the loaders, and loaders are going to update the component. Means from the component we are sending the data. From the component we are sending the data to this action. From component we are sending this data to the action. Action is checking if valid or not and returning this JSON to the component back. Returning this JSON to the component back, which means that whenever we send the data to the component, whenever component sends the data to the action, and action performs some business operations and send results back to the component, this would be getting updated. This would be getting updated. And that's why if you see, nothing will happen. I copy this mobile number from here. I copy this mobile number from here and paste it here and search. Can you see? On the click of search, if you see, actions are happening. Can you see? Form submitted for checking mobile. Form submitted for checking mobile. Checking mobile means customer is available or not, right? But that is not happening. So whenever you click on the search, action is returning some results. Action is returning some results to the component, and we need to check this action gets updated or not. And how do you check that? Use effect, right? Use effect. Here you can say use effect. Here you can say use effect, and here I can say AC, dependency list AC. And here we can say set customer availability and AC dot is form valid. If this is undefined, just make it false. AC dot form valid. So if you look at the code, is form valid true, is form valid false, right? Let's restart the application and see what happens. Let's restart the application and see what happens. And this 9089 whatever, search it. Can you see this is happening? Means this is getting checked in the DB. If you want to try, now see there are some problems. So you will see, just refresh it. I will show you that problem a little bit later on. If you see 9089786754, instead of 54, we have seen that for 54 customer is available, it shows the below section, item section. If I say 55, can you see customer not found section? Sorry, you will get an error. So this customer is not available over here. That is okay. Well, working. Refresh it. Let's make customer 54 and search it. Okay. Now my question to you is that this is also submit button. 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 Now if you click on the checkout now, this customer is available. Remember that this customer is available. If I click on the checkout now, what should be the error message, right? See now, I'm clicking it. Can you see? No items found. What error message you are getting? No items found. but why that section is disappeared? Message is correct, so I'm clicking it over here again. Okay, and I'm checking out. See, first problem what we are getting, I'm clicking on the search, no items found. No items found for what? No items found you have got because you didn't add any items and then trying to check out. This validation block is getting executed over here. Can you see? No items found. If item length is 0 or price length is 0 or quantity length is 0, then we are returning this no items found. But in this case, one problem we have encountered is that this section is disappearing. I don't want this section to be disappeared. First thing. Now, the problem over here is that for customer availability, we are associating this customer availability with the form validation flag. I'm saying again, we are associating this customer availability with the form validation flag, is form valid flag. So this decides the validation of the form. So we need to separate out is form valid and is customer available. So we need to have two separate flags technically. But why this is happening? This is happening because of we are associating the customer related with the form validation, and that's why this is happening. Okay, let us see one more problem. Okay, now see here, I'm saying 55 customer is not available. Okay, after first time search, I'm clicking over here, no item found. This problem we already have discussed, and see here, now you will get the data. Now I will change the mobile number. This mobile number is not available. Okay, this mobile number is not available, and now I'm trying to click on the checkout. Now I'm trying to click on what? Checkout. What message you should get? What error message you should get? Customer not found, right? See here, click no items found. Can you see? Which means that at the time of checking out, it is not checking mobile number. So we need to check out the mobile number at the time of checking out, that is saving the bill or creating the new bill, and that is not happening. Now if you click over here, search, now it will say customer not found. So here I can say 54, and if I make 55 over here and click the checkout, so here also I should get a message customer not found. See, you are developing a real enterprise level application, right? You are developing a real enterprise level application. So these kind of complexities would be there, and you need to tackle it. You need to tackle it at that time. Fine. So I have shown you both the problems, right? Click on the checkout, no items found. This is a wrong message. Message should be customer not found, because this customer is not available in our DB. Only these two customers are available in the DB. Let's try to figure it out. How do we solve it? So I told you the main concern over here, you are associating customer with the form validation. You are associating customer with the form validation. And the logic we have created, that is on the basis of customer mobile and the mode. If you see here, where is that? The logic we have created on the basis of this is also wrong. We need to, this is a patchwork, you can say. So this is not true all the time. So we need to provide some concrete solution. So deliberately I have done this thing to show you this problem. Now how do you change it? If you remember in the dialog, can you see? We have changed input type to the button. Input type to the button, and we have input type to the button so that we can add the name property over here, right? We didn't do that thing at that time. Let us do it now. So first and foremost thing, let's comment this input type button. I'm copying this and commenting it, and here I'm going to use button type is equals to submit. Value won't be over here. And here we can say search. Okay, button type submit. Same thing we will do for checkout button also. That is also submit. And I am commenting out. First one, input type button type submit, remove the value, we don't need value, and here we can say checkout. Okay, now we just need to know in the action which button you have clicked exactly. So what we need to do, we just need to know in the action which button you have clicked. So what we will do, we will assign one key, that is a name, to this button. Can you see here, name, and is equals to, name is equals to btn, or you can say submit type, subtype, submitting for what, and here we can say value, you are submitting for customer availability, CST-AV, customer availability, and these two things we will add in here also, name, subtype, name would be same but subtype would be different, checkout, CHK, we can say CHK. Okay, see, name would be same but value would be different. So what will happen now, here in the form data you will get const a subtype, what's the key over there? Well, variable name doesn't matter, sub typ, just make typ. Be consistent. If you have some convention while writing the variable names or key names, be consistent. Subtype is equals to fd.get, here we can say subtype fd.get and subtype. Remember that this is a key, this name can be anything, no problem, but let's have, can you see here, variable names and the key names are same. So here also we'll do this thing, and it is giving me a string format, and here you can say subtype. Okay, subtype. Let's restart the server and let us see what happens. Let's restart the server, let us see and observe the console logs. So first check the customer, search. Now it should have subtype, should be what, null, checking mobile, okay, null, checkout, now what, null, why null, subtype fd dot, okay, typ, spelling is wrong, typ, refresh it, key name is wrong. Let's click again. Can you see, I'm clicking the search directly, and can you see CST-AV, for customer availability you are clicking the search. Okay, let's add the customer, and now let's try to click on the checkout. Can you see here, so here you are doing CHK, CST-AV, CHK, which means that without this logic, customer mobile and we are able to check which submit button you have pressed. Okay, now let's do one thing after this function, a sync function. Let's separate out on check customer, right, async, async function on checkout. So whatever checkout related code we will write in this function, whatever on check customer availability on CHK CST availability on CHK OT checkout. Okay, these two functions we have written. Now just remove this code directly from here, or simply what we can do, if subtype is exactly equals to ch. If subtype is exactly equals to what, you can check what is the value of yeah, subtype cstav. If subtype is exactly equals to cstav, then do this thing. If here we can say subtype is exactly equals to chk, means checkout, then you should do this thing. And here you simply call on chk cstav, and here you can say on chkot. Okay, on chkot, remember that. Now this code I am just copying from here. One section we are doing, so this customer availability, we can customer availability. Okay, one thing is remaining, just type form data is of type form data fd, and here also we can pass the form data fd. Okay, now only keep these things over here, so I can cut it from here, paste it over here, cut it from here, paste it here. Then this part, we can write it here, customer mobile. Let's copy this and paste it here, customer mobile. And let's forget about this, we don't require this logic. Remove this. Format the document. Okay, now why chk? Okay, here we need to pass fd, this fd. Okay, and this code we need, this code needs to be passed in here. In what? Here. So remove unwanted code. Now see, message is form valid, so here you need to write return. Here you need to write return. And why we are getting error? Okay, from here also we are returning this, otherwise we are returning this. Message is form valid. Return JSON. Here also return JSON. If subtype is exactly equals to chk, each form value does not exist on object type. Okay, JSON object of headers. So from here we are returning this JSON, from here we are returning this redirect. Okay, and what is the error? JSON object read only headers. I think it is because of this on chk. Or just remove this. Yeah, because you have written something in the if and there was nothing to return in the else condition. Okay, So for simplicity, just remove the brackets also. If customer availability is the type, then do this thing, otherwise do this thing. Okay. Now, still there is a problem over here. I will show you that problem. Let's go here. So certain things we have resolved now. Mobile number 54, search it, that is happening. Again click on the search, see, again click on the search, nothing is happening. Or because mobile number is correct, let's change the mobile number and search it, customer not found. If you remember it little bit earlier, wrong message was there, that no items found. 54 over here. Now one problem is there, if it is a 55 and you click on the checkout, 55 is not available, checkout, can you see no items found it is showing? Instead of that, it should show what you can say, it should show no customer found, and the below section should not be disappearing. So let's do that thing. I told you why this is disappearing. This is disappearing only because, first resolve the disappearing related concern. This is disappearing only because your customer related thing and the form related things are interlinked. Let's remove that. Let's create a new flag, is CST AV. Here customer found true, right? Customer found true, and here you can say is CST AV, is CST AV false, customer found false. Okay, this is one thing we are doing. From here also, if it is invalid, means that is CST AV is always false, it's not available over there. Now see, from here how do you exactly return? So from here also I need to return the availability of the customers, right? So what we are trying to do, let me show you. At the time of clicking the checkout button, see 55 and checkout, it is saying no item found. It should check the customer availability also at the time of checking out the bill. So that code is missing inside this. So for that, let's do one thing. So instead of checking customer over here, we can create function, or you can say async function. Async function is CST is customer available, is customer available, and here we can write this code, const this code, customer mobile, here just pass mobile is of type string, and here you can also pass mobile is of type string, and then here you can check if, or simply return not CST. Negation, if customer is available, this would be false, and negation of false would be true. Similarly, if customer is undefined and not is true, and it will return the false, right? And instead of doing something like this over here we can say is CST AV is equals to is customer available, it's returning promise, await, and you need to pass customer mobile to this, and here you can say is customer AV, is customer AV, and just remove this value is customer AV, remove this value is customer AV, whatever it is. If it is found, right? If you find the customer, customer found is customer AV and the JSON. So similarly here also we can check, give a check to the, here you can give a check to the validation of the mobile, and this piece of code you may write is customer AV. From here also you can say is customer AV like this, but from here also we need to return. Here we can say is customer AV, customer not found, customer not found. Right here you can say if not customer, you can say if not customer, simply return customer not found, and he is customer AV, and something like this. I suppose this is okay, but you need to change. You need to change over here. Instead of is form valid, is CST AV. Is what? CST AV. Let us restart the server and check what happens now. Okay, here 54, search it. Okay, now click on the checkout. Can you see this is not disappearing? This is not disappearing. No items found. Just make 55 over here and checkout, customer not found. Okay, 54. Let's make 55 over here and click on the checkout and click on the checkout. 55, customer not found. 54, see here, 55, checkout. Okay, are we missing anything? Let us see once. Is form valid? False. This should be false. Let's refresh it and see. 54, okay. 55, checkout. Customer not found. That is okay. If customer is not found, then there is no use of showing that particular page. That's what our requirement is. 54, here you can say if this is a 54, customer is available, and if you try to check out, items not found. If I make 55 and then click on the checkout, customer not found. First create the customer, then search, and then what you can say, do this thing. Correct. So this is how we have achieved this functionality. Now let's try to save the bill. Everything is okay now. So here we need to have the object of bill repository, const bill repository is equals to new bill repository, new bill repository, and here we can say bill repository dot here bill repository dot new bill, and here you can pass object of bill, and this is a await. This is what? Await. Okay, so this is about what bill. Let us see bills are getting saved or not. Okay, for that let's go to the bills dashboard. So by means of loader we have used the static data. Let's create with the dynamic data. Let's import the bill repository, paste it here, right? Okay, create the bill repository object. I'm telling you again and again, this is a bad practice to create these objects again and again. These objects should be the singleton objects. Const, you can say bills is equals to bill repository dot bills. Here you can say await, and I will remove this and simply pass bills. Now it should show, if new bill is created, it should show that bill against particular customer. Restart the server. Let's go to the bills page. Can you see only 3 bills it is showing? Let's do one thing. Let's clear the table. Not table, collection dashboard. This one mongo sh db dot or use bcmytdb db dot what is the collection name? Bills. Well, I know the name. If you don't know the name, show collections. Can you see bills? Now db dot bills dot find. Yeah, see, there are three things. Let's drop it. db dot bills dot drop. Done. Now you go here, refresh the page, no bills would be there. Go to the new bill page section, search for the customer. For this customer, let's create a bill. Go to the new bill 8989 whatever, item ABC, then price 123, quantity 45, add PQR, then 34, and here 12, add like this. Cashier is James from the third counter, and checkout. Can you see bill number and date are not appearing and rest of the things are there? Can you see that? Rest of the things are there. For the reason bill number we need to generate dynamically. Bill number we need to generate dynamically here. Can you see there is no bill number? There is no bill number. As we have separated this on checkout and on this thing, your action becomes little. Can you see that? Only this much action is there, and which is just checking submit type. So I wanted to do this in the beginning only, but I wanted to show you first errors and the challenges we face. Okay, so here we can say, so here there is no bill date. We need to generate the bill date. Const, here we can say, bill date, bill date is equals to new bill date, new date, so here we can say bill date and new date. So bill date we have passed. So date is not assignable. Const bill date new date dot to string and here we can simply pass the bill date. Bill date is not there and bill number is not there. So here we can say const bill number is equals to uuid v4. I think we already have imported uuid v4 as uuid v4. Some random number we would be assigning to that bill, and here we can say bill number. So here we can say bill hyphen this number dot zero and fourth, slice it, and bill number we have added. Let us see what happens. Again, just drop the table. Let's try to create new bill. 54 item ABC, price 100, quantity 45, card counter 4th Satish, and checkout. Can you see bill BA5E, and the date is in this form, Satish and 4. Well, there is a possibility of const universally unique ID UUID and UUID v4. Here we can say, so some number SMNO, some number, and here we can say SMNO, and slice it from SMNO dot length minus 3, okay. We will generate some random number, universally unique identifier, just to make it short. We can do in this way. Otherwise, let's not short it, let's not slice it, and let's keep it as it is, so you'll get to know what's happening exactly over here. Bill number, drop it, stop it, and do it again. New bill, mobile number 54, the item ABC, price 12, quantity 34. Let's try to check out. Can you see your bill number is so long? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 8. So it is separated by the hyphens, if you see. So same number dot split, you can say by hyphen, and we need 0th one. Can you see, this is one hyphen, this is another hyphen, this is another, this is another. Let's use this first one, a unique bill number. So let's drop it, run dev. So let's create the new bill 54 ABC, item name 12, quantity 45, checkout. Can you see? Let's create another bill for this customer, new bill, search ABC, price 1 2 3 34, add PQR, price 45, quantity, here we can say 67, add checkout. Can you see two bills are there? Cashier is admin, counter is 1, and see date is in incorrect format. So this is the format. Let's go here under the bills. So here you can create new date, incoming is string new date dot to ISO string dot split. I already have explained what do you mean by this. You may check that part of the video, and the 0th one. Okay. So bill date or empty. It is saying that what if bill date is undefined? Select it as empty. Now look at the date format. The minute can you see this date format is separated by the T. So you have splitted this part, and we are omitting this part so that only this much part is visible. So here we don't need to drop the DB, just refresh it and see date is in the correct form. So this is the bill number, and this part is nothing but this. So this is all about creating new bill and displaying the bills. So what thing is remaining? This search filters and customer bill details. So if you click over here, so these recent bills should be respective bills for this customer. That part is remaining. Okay, so this is all about new bills. Fine. Now one thing related to the bill is remaining. That is nothing but what this search box. We will see in the next session. Thank you. Hi. We have seen the repository and we have completed new bill operation. Okay, let's run the app. New bill is happening correctly. We are generating new bill properly. Right? Now let's try to figure it out. This thing is working or not, this search filter. Okay, so let's create the new bill. Which customer we have? Let's create a bill for this customer. Mobile, search. Okay, customer is available. AAA, price we can say 240 rupees and quantity 23, like this. BBB, say 20 rupees and quantity 359 or 258. Fine, no problem. So James counter is third counter. The bill is getting generated on the third counter and customer is paying by means of cash. Checkout. Okay, few more bills we can generate for testing purpose. So this customer is also available, I think. Yeah, this customer is also available. Let's create the customer also. Mobile 7887765645. Name, say doc at doc.com, and date of birth creator. Okay, 3 customers we are having now. So let's let's create a bill for this customer. New bill, it will check customer is available, and then only then below window or below section is visible. Satish, counter third or fourth counter. Okay, this date also be dynamic. We need to work on this. Okay, item, here we can say item VVV, price 100, quantity 80. Then DDD, price, this is the item name. Randomly I'm picking the item names. Okay, customer is paying by means of card. Checkout. So 2 bills we are having. Now few more bills let's generate. Mobile, this, search EEE, item number, here we can say 456, quantity 3 pieces we would be needing. AAA, price 90, quantity 34. Let's add it. Customer is paying by means of UPI. James is taking on the counter 1, and this is by means of UPI. Checkout. Okay, can you see something like this? Okay, search is operating by means of bill. You can say yes, by means of bill. Okay, so actually search is happening, but in a bills there is a static data. We need to work on this static data now. Can you see this action? And it is returning these 2 static bills. We need to work on this part. So here repository we already have. So here we can say const bills is equals to await a repository bill repository dot search bills, and you can pass this bill option here, bill, and instead of this static array just pass this bills. Okay, just pass this bills. Now Now see, okay, let's run it. Can you see 3 bills are there? Let us check by means of this bill number. Is it searching by means of bill number? Yeah, which means that this is working. Only 1 bill is there. Then search it. All the bills are there, right? If you see the repository, if you remember the repository, if you click on the empty, right? If you click, there is no value and you click on the search, this piece of code gets executed, right? And it returns all the bills. It returns what? All the bills, right? Because there is no ORing or there is no projection. So you will get all the bills. So let me remove this. Okay, we'll do that. Remove this comment. Okay. Now let's try to search by means of names or mobile number. Let's click here and mobile number. Okay, let's create a new bill for this mobile number. Create a new bill, CCC, price 123, quantity 11, add. Okay, let's make a payment by means of cash. Laura on the counter number 2 and checkout. Okay, now search this mobile number over here and search it. Can you see 2 bills are there with this mobile number? You can see this. Can you see cashier, counters, everything you can see. Okay, now I want to search by means of counter, all the bills on the counter 3. Okay, counter 1 bill is there, counter 2 1 bill is there, which means that it is working. Now Laura is having this, James is having 2 bills, right? 3 and 1 counter. This is working. Now if I type James and this bill number, what will happen? Because OR, we are performing ORing, remember that. So result should match cashier James. Can you see here is the cashier James and bill number is this. Bill number is this. So bill number this you will find here and James you will find over here. So if you say counter 1, search it. Counter 1 is also here. Let's say counter 2 and can you see ORing? If result is having this, or result is having this, or result is having this, you will get the bills over here, right? This is how I implemented. This was a requirement from the client. Okay, now I wanted to show you something about the date. Okay, for the third, you can make 3. Search. Can you see it is not giving you any result, but date is this 3/11/23. Clear it and search it again. It will happen. But all the bills are generated on today, 3rd November, right? Then why it is not working? Answer is easy. And for that you need to inspect the database. You go here and db.find. Can you see here? The answer is that whenever you generate the date, we are generating date from here. Okay, before we are generating date from here, and this piece of code is adding time parameter also. Can you see here time? If you look at this date, it is having 0, 1, 2. Time parameter is also there in this date. And whenever we are checking, or you can say from here we are passing the data. From here, where is that? Action and bill date. If you just check the bill date, if you can console.log bill date, this bill date is not having time parameter. You will observe that. Well, we are refreshing it. Before refreshing it, let's work on this part also. In the new bill, this is static one. Let's make it dynamic. Anyways, we are refreshing it. Let's make that thing dynamic. This one, that's pretty easy. New date, here you can say new date dot to ISO string, right? Dot split by means of t, and use the 0th parameter, sorry, 0th element of that particular array. Now go here and refresh it. We need to check the console, remember that, that's why we are doing this thing. And meanwhile we have completed this part also. Can you see 3/11/23? This is the dynamic date. Also just go here. I wanted to do one more thing. If you see here, new bill, at the time of generating new bill, we are adding date from here, right? And this date is adding time parameter, and that is the problem. And whenever you are searching the bill here, right, there is no time, only date is there. That's what I wanted to show you. Console it. Okay, let's go to the bills and let's search 3/11, search, and if you go here, can you see? So this is getting compared with, see now, so this is the Mongo shell, and see this date is getting compared with this full date, and that's why they are not matching. This date is getting compared with something like this full date, that's why it is not matching. So what we need to do, whenever we save the date over here, right, here also to ISO string dot split by means of t dot split by means of t dot, sorry, not dot, and the 0th. So we would be storing just date. Okay, we would be storing just date and not time parameter. Okay, so let's drop this thing first. Let's drop drop it, rerun the server, and remember that whenever you were clicking on the search, it were showing empty. Let's create new customer. Is this customer available? Let us check. Yeah, available. AAA, price 12, quantity 34, add. James, counter number 2, by means of UPI, add it. New bill, Laura, counter number 4, mobile number, this one, not found. Okay, this one is there. DDD, price 1 to 3, quantity 45, add. BBB 34, quantity 23, add. So I told you, you need to work on this. You will tell me how exactly you will resolve this, how exactly you will limit this just for 2 decimal places. That's easy, not a big deal. Card, here we can say James, handling this customer 2, and checkout. This is bad. You need to give me just 2 decimal places like this. Let's create the, now just try to check it by means of date, and can you see it is not disappearing, which means that this is working. Correct? Let's try to insert the bills by means of old date. Now you will ask me question, how do you do that? By means of code we can do anything. So 2020 0101, this would be the date, which would be the default date for new bills. Okay, we will create few bills by means of this date, and then we'll refresh it. Sorry, we will remove it, create the new bill, customer, okay, 78, let's create for this customer, new bill, I can add it here, XYZ 1 2 3 quantity 3445, add it. This is by means of admin. Okay, UPI checkout. Look at the date is different. Let's create one more bill. Sorry, which customer? Let's do it by means of this customer. For this customer already one bill is there. Okay, no problem. Do it. Search item, price 12, quantity 12, add price 34, quantity 45, add, and this is handled by Satish. Third, okay, checkout, right? So let me go through the code. Go to the code and let's remove the static date because we just have made it to create the past bills. Rerun it again. Okay, now search by means of that 2020. Go here, 2020 0101, correct? Search it. Can you see only two bills are there, admin and Satish? Getting my point? Only two bills are there. Okay, clear it. Now I want to search by means of Satish. See, now S is small. Can you see S is small? It is not finding. Or if I say BIL, small BIL, capital EEA, 6B, something like this. So everything is in the small over here and I'm typing in the caps. So it will not show you AB 4A1. Can you see it is not showing you? You need to write the code accordingly. So into the repository, let's delete all these things. For explanation purpose, I have written that. And here you need to write the code. And here you need to write the code. Okay. So you need to return this object conditionally. Means what? Just remove this thing. Okay. So here we need to return as usual key and value, but we need to check if key is exactly equals to bill number, or key is exactly equals to cashier, right? Key name is the cashier. Key name is what? Cashier. Then from here we would be returning another object, say key. This would be key, and here we can say $regex, REGEX, and new regex, regular expression, value, and case insensitive I. And here you are saying that if bill number is there, cashier is there, it's a case insensitive. In short, you are doing. Okay, let's run the project and see what happens. Have we achieved that or not? Cashier Satish. Oh, Satish is there. SATISH. Satish is there. So bill.find or ARR key value $regex new regular expression value I, bill number or CASHIER, cashier is correct. Object.entries, if key is exactly equals to bill number, Object.entries options map key value if key is exactly equals to bill number, or key is exactly equals to cashier, return key dollar regex colon new regular expression value in this thing. Okay, and here we are passing this whole and soul array. Here we are passing whole and soul array. What's the concern? Actually, it should work. Cashier bill number key is equals to this, and return key and value, and bills dot find dollar or ARR new regular expression. Are we missing something? Okay, let's try with the bill number, and I will do BIL. Not working. James, that is working. Small James also not working. Okay, REGEXP return key in the bracket this value, and we have said case insensitive I dollar or. Let's restart it. James. Okay, what's happening? Key over here, cashier. Okay, object dot entries ARR object dot entries options dot map key value if keys. Okay, let's try it for only cashier. Let's try it for only cashier. Okay, we are returning from here key regex case insensitive REGEX dollar RE spelling is correct REGEX REGEX. Okay, let's try it for yeah. Now can you see I'm writing small gems, it is working. I'm writing what? Small gems, J is small, and that is happening. So why it is not working along with the bill number? Let's try to create a separate block bill number. What is the key? Key is important, remember that. Now let us check for bill number also. So if we have BIL EEA 6B 4 capital A1 4 capital A1. . bill number, key is exactly equals to bill number, then this cashier James, that is accurately working. If this bill, what is happening with this bill, why it is showing all the things, we need to find it out. Okay, BILLEA, anyways it is not finding with the bill number, key is exactly equals to this. Okay, just remove this, and try to find it out with the bill number. I think that hyphen is creating problem. Bill number, this bill number, in my opinion that hyphen is in between, it's creating problem, but that shouldn't be the case. Okay, so we have removed bill number from here, only cashier, here we can say James, and J is capital, that is working. But what about bill number? Bill number, let's copy this, okay, let's print this array first, console dot log ARR. Let us see what we are getting in this ARR. Let's copy this bill number, yeah, cashier in this, and we are getting bill number in this way, 4AA1. This is inside array, this is empty. Okay, bill number, customer mobile, and this, but we are getting bill number. Then why we are not able to search by means of bill number? Let's copy this. Okay, let's remove this hyphen from here. Let's remove this hyphen from here and let's create a new bill. Let us see that hyphen is creating problem or what. New bill, customer not found. 12, 10, admin 1, say add card, checkout. Where is bill number? Yeah, here. Now check by means of this. Well, anyways it is not searching by means of any of the bill number. Admin, 2 records with the admin. Okay, I wanted to show you how do you work with the queries. Okay, this query you have created, but my question is that what happened to the bill number? Why it is not finding by means of this bill number? Bill number. Okay, details by means of bill number. Can you see? Find one bill number. Key is correct. Bill number. Okay, are we getting details? Let us see, are we getting details or not? Okay, so here we are getting action bills and bill repository, because bill details by means of bill number, bill repository dot details bill number, and we can pass this bill number, await, and console dot log this thing. Let us see that works or not. Bill details. So let's try to get bill, pass the bill number, this bill number. In the console, we are getting bill details properly. Can you see this is the bill number? And this much we are getting the bill details. Okay, let's try to get bill details of this guy, which has proven that hyphen is not making any problem. Yeah, this is bill number without hyphen. Then why it is returning everything over here? What's the reason? Let's inspect the array bilno. Okay, everywhere this cashier is coming. Can we just comment out this and see what happens? Let's comment this out and run it again. Is it finding by means of bill number now? Yeah, now it is working, which means that that regular expression is creating some trouble. Can you see here? So if this contains in your code, if this gets added in your code, bill number surprisingly stops working. And what's the reason? We need to find it out. Okay, we'll do that. Thank you. Hi. So we were understanding this part of our project. This part of our project, that is nothing but search filter for the bills. And we got an error. In the earlier video, we got an error. That is nothing but, so this was working correctly. So if I type James like this, case insensitivity we were trying, search. So this was working. But if I try something like this, can you see bill? I'll go here and I can say bill, small bill. Let's make this E capital and B small, right? This wasn't working, right? If you have seen earlier section of this video, this wasn't seen. Also, the together, they were not working. Now both the things are working correctly. So what was the problem? So this was our earlier code. If you can see object.entries map. So only concern was there is that empty values. So this were adding the empty values. If you see the console carefully now, can you see? If bill number and cashier is there, if bill number and cashier is there, it will add only those things. It will add only those things in this array, right? Along with the regex. So when you use regex, empty values. So you have not used mobile over here, right? Let us see mobile works or not. Let's copy this. It's working. 84. Yeah, can you see? This is also working, no problem. So what was happening? Let me tell you. In the earlier case, means whenever we were using this object.entries and map this code. So what was happening? Although we are not using this mobile, bill date and this thing counter, they were also present in the array. They were also present in the array in the form of, we might be having that code. Yeah, can you see in this way? See here, bill date empty, customer mobile empty, this counter 0. So what we have done, whatever is not available, we have removed that. And now how it has happened? Something like this, right? Bill number rejects, customer mobile this, cashier this. So there is no counter, there is no bill date, right? There is no counter, there is no bill date, and that was the trouble. So what we have done, so we just have checked if value. Here you have done if value, means if value is a true the value, it is not undefined, not empty, not 0, not null, then and only then perform same thing. So whatever we have done over here, if cashier or bill number, so we are, instead of returning, we are pushing it to the empty array, and that empty array we are supplying to the OR operator, and that's how it is working. Fine. So let me remove unwanted code. We have made some changes into the new bill. Do we have made any changes into the new bill? Okay, that this is correct. Then I suppose in the bills we are printing this bill date. Let's remove this console.log, and these details are also not required, right? So this is how we have resolved the error. You may check the earlier code, same, directly we were using object.entries, but here for const we just have written the for of loop, and we are checking the value is available not. If available, push it to the, if value is available, push it to the cleaned array. If value key is cashier or bill number, do it in what you can say case insensitive manner. That's what the meaning of this thing. Let me close it. So this is all about what you can say this search filter. This what? Search filter. This is perfectly working now, and this page is also completed. Fine. What to implement, we'll see shortly in the next part of the videos. Let me push this much code. Bill dashboard, BOARD, search filter. Okay, that part we have completed. Now we will see what to implement next. Thank you. Hi. So we have completed customers and bills module. As I told, only few things are remaining related to these modules, is nothing but what this details section. This is the static data we are getting. Even for customers also, this details section is remaining. Let's work on that part. Okay. So let's go to the app in the routes, and if you can see bill details, let's start from the bill details. And if you see, we are getting static data. Can you see this static data? Let's open this part. Let's import bill repository, then initialize the bill repository, right? Initialize the bill repository. And if you see, this bill details, mobile number, what is this? Okay, this is a customer. Let's go to the bill details. Okay, server has stopped. Yeah. So if you go to click on this bill details, so bill number is available over here. So we already have read that bill number. If you can see params.bill number. So in the route params, we have added the bill number. If you see here, I hope you remember this section, $bill NO. So whatever bill number we are going to pass in route, that can be accessed by means of params.bill NO. So that is available in this params. So let's comment all these things. And if you see, we are passing two things over here. A bill means this much section in one object, and array in one object, this array in one object. Okay. So here we can say bill repository dot find build repository dot details, and here we can pass this bill number, params dot bill number. This is a await is equals to this, and we can say const these are the items, const bldtls bldtls is equals to this, and items we can say const items is equals to bldtls dot items, right? So only these two things are required. Why we are getting an error? Bill number, mode, bill details. So what bill details is going to return? It is going to return I bill. Okay, then what's the concern over here? Const await bill repository dot details, we are passing this, await call is there. Okay, bill details items, bill details is of type I bill. There is error. Okay, it might be undefined, or you can say something like this. Okay, and now items. What is the items? Items is possibly undefined. Okay, if builds dot items, if it is undefined, return the empty array, right? We have resolved the error. Now let us see. Let's go to the terminal, stop the server, refresh it, go to the bill section, click on this. Can you see? Bill number is this, mobile number is this, mode is UPI, date is wrong. We need to work on the date, and you know, many times we have worked with the date. So bill date dot split, we can say split by means of t, bill date dot split, and zeroth thing we would be needing, zeroth element we would be needing. Yeah, and over here, can you see 408 GST is that much, and 481 whatever. So bill details is working. Let's go to the another bill and check over here. Can you see two items? So for this bill number 6290E4B, 6290E4B, counter number 2 James. I hope you remember that this is your task. I can do it immediately, but I want you to do some things. Just 2 decimal places we would be needing. So here, can you see? This is perfectly working. Mobile number is over here and like this. Okay. So this part is working. So bill details, this is how bill details will work. So let's move ahead to the customer details. Let's move ahead to what? Customer details. If you can see, this is the customer details. Remember that in the customer details, 2 sections are there. Can you see? This is customer info and this is bill related info, which means that we need to fetch data from 2 collections. So in the customers, we would be needing bill repository, as well as we would be needing customer repository. Both the repositories we would be needing. Well, many times I told you this is not a correct way. All these repository objects need to be the singleton objects. Those need to be what? Singleton objects. But presently fine, we may implement it in next project. Okay, now let's fetch the customer details. So let's comment this part and const const cst details. Make sure that you will keep name same because we are using that names in the React part. cst details is of type iCustomer is equals to repository. So here customer repository dot details, and this is what we need to pass as a mobile number, and it is a await. This is what await call. cst details is a undefined. You can say or this empty object, this empty object cst details or okay, some empty object, we can say name is equals to something empty. I think customer we didn't make this yeah, if these things could be optional, we don't need to create something like this. And here we can say iCustomer or undefined. So type of this would be or, just remove this. I think this will suffice. Yeah, remove that, that will suffice. Now from the build repository, okay, let's remove the comments also from here. This is a static one. We are removing the static data. Now iBuilds. So here we can say build repository dot recent from customer mobile number for this mobile number, and recent 3 bills, we can say await. Okay, and this would be await. So here you can say or this is empty customer details or the empty object. Now let's go here. Let's run it again, customers, and see only one bill is there. Date format we need to work here also. Here can you see, for this mobile number only one bill is there. For this mobile number 3 bills are there. For this mobile number 1 bill is there, right? We need to work on the date format again. So here in the dob dot split by means of t, and we need the 0th element. Split will return an array. Here also build a dot split, we would be needing split by means of t, and we would be needing the 0th element. And here refresh it. Can you see date is correct now? Everywhere date is correct. Customers, this, right? So this is the only one transaction is there, recent transaction. I hope you remember the code about repository. If not, check the particular section in the video what exactly happening. So this is what the details section all about. Now regarding the customer and the bills, almost everything is working. Regarding the customer, right, customer creation, edit, everything, bill creation, search, whatever new bill, everything is working. Search also working. This local filters are working. The server side filters are also working. Okay, now we'll see. So after this we will check about this login, right? We will see this login related part. Thank you. Hi, we have completed customers and bills module. Now we are remaining with 2 modules, that is login, which is simple, and the analytics, where we need to work little bit. As I told you previously also, in this project, I'm not focusing on the user management at that extent. What we are going to do over here, I hope you have seen this part of the video and you remember everything about this part, what we have done, what we have coded. I hope you remember all that things. If you don't know, just just go to particular part when we have implemented this, right? And revise it. And then you can come back over here. So everything we have, everything whatever is required, we have done all those things. And now we need to integrate the database. So very first thing, we need to create domain and the repository, right? We need to create what? Domain and the repository. So here we can say new file and user domain dot ts. And what user domain would be having? Only two fields user domain would be having. If you see, email and the password. User domain would be having only two fields, that is email and the password. So let's create export interface iUser, I app user, I app user, and it will be having two fields, email of type string, password of type string, email type string, password type string, then const user schema is equals to new user new schema and I app user. And here we need to create the schema, email of type string required true, unique true, password type string required true, unique true, required true and what? Unique true. So export const app user model, and here we can say is of shape app user, and name would be app user and user schema schema user schema. Okay, so this will create the app user. This is the domain, and now user repository or app user repository.ts, app user repository.ts. What you will need in the app user repository? You will need only the login function, export interface first, interface. So I told you we are not working with user management over here. Simply login related thing we will do. But in my actual project, I have implemented OAuth 2 and the JWT tokens. If I implement that over here, it will take a lot of time. A lot of understanding is required. So I have decided not to include that part into this. I can create a separate project on the user management itself. Authentication and authorization would be getting covered. Okay, login, and here we can pass user, I app user. Promise, here I can say I app user, it will return null or undefined. Okay, only login would be there. And here we can say, let's create export class app user repository which is implementing iUser repository, and override only one method, that is nothing but this, and attach a sync over here, a sync, because we are going to perform DB operation, right? App user dot find one, here you can pass the user dot, here we need to return that dot user find one dot, then here we can say user arrow user dot, sorry, usr dot to object, that's it. To what? Object. So app user repository implements iUser repository. Now what's remaining? Remaining is that let's import from repository and app user repository, and here you can say app user repository and import app user from this thing, right? So we have this username and password over here, validate fields, right? So after validating the fields, if it is invalid, we are returning this object, and here actually we would be making a DB check. So presently by default it is abc@g.com and password is the abc. Let's move to the DB first and check what data is available in the DB, and check what data is available into the DB dashboard. Okay, is it opening somewhere? What happened to the dashboard? Okay, now Mongo sh use which DB? YT, use BCM YT DB. I think this is the name. Okay, show collections. Okay, and app user is a collection over there. App user is a collection. DB dot app users dot find abc@g.com and password is abc. Only one thing is there, right? We may add it also, abc@g.com, abc, this thing. Now let's write a query over here. Const, here we can say user is equals to repository. What's the name of the repository? Okay, we didn't create the object. Const repository is equals to new app user repository, and then here you can say repository dot login, and we need to pass email and password. Why is the problem? Go to the app user password email PASSWORD type string. Okay, this shouldn't be unique, remember that. Unique true, required true. Email colon password, did you mean cannot find the name? Oh, spelling is wrong over here. WORD password, right? This we will change. So this would be like this. Await if user is available, redirect to the dashboard. Password. Now what's the problem? Password. if user is there, redirect to the dashboard, otherwise bad creates. So everything is set up already. Did you mean password? Okay, again spelling is wrong. Spelling is this. Okay, so already we have one user in the DB that we have checked. There is nothing but abc at the g.com and abc. Okay, only this much part related to the user management we will do. So let's restart the application. And if it is successfully abc at the g.com, abc login, bad creds, abc bad creds, abc. Okay, can you see abc at the rate gg.com is there, and we have just passing g.com. Let's add one more g, and can you see it is heading to the dashboard. It is redirecting to the dashboard. You can type anything, login at the rate www.com. See, bad credentials. Now abc at the rate gg.com, and then here we can pass abc login. It is heading to the dashboard. Well, this much is expected from this project right now. We can implement a lot of things, JWT tokens and other things we can implement over here, but let's not do that in this project. Fine. Now, this is all about user management or the login. This is unwanted. Let me push this much code, and here I can say authentication, and here we can say user login. Fine. That is all about the login. We'll meet in next part of the video. Thank you. Hi. So in the earlier video, we have seen how login works, but I forgot to tell you, how did I create this user, right? For creating this user, I have fired the query. I directly have fired the insert query over here, like this, db dot app users, name of the collections, app users dot insert, and here we need to insert this object or insert one, and here we need to say email, and here I can say cc at the rate dd.com, something like this, and the password ccc. Okay, I have done something like this, and if you can see now, db app users.find, we have two users, cc at dd.com and CCC. If you want to check this is working or not, let's run it. Refresh it, log out, cc at the rate dd.com and a1 and CCC 1 2 3, like this. Can you see this is working? But you don't do in this way. You can fire over here also. Like this. Insert query I have fired, db.insert1, if you can see here, straight away in the db. But that is bad. Why that is bad? If you see, we have a user schema, and user schema is having some constraints like required and unique. So whenever you fire the query from db, the constraints will not work. And that's why what you need to do, you simply need to go to the user repository, under the repository, app user repository, async create, right? Here you can say user is of type I app user, promise, and here you can say I app user. It will return the promise of I app user. And then what? How do you create? How do you save? See here, const us is equals to new user, new app user, and here you can pass this user object, and then you can say us dot save, us dot return, us dot save dot then, and here we can say u arrow u dot to object. So we are returning object from here like this, right? Now you can call this thing, and here validations will work. So you may, if you remember, we have created one more application, DB queries, sorry, YT project billing counter, and here if you can say, can you see BCM YT queries? If you remember this project, and into this project, if you remember, we already have created a user, we already have created the user repository, right? We already have created a user repository. So you might fire, if you go to the app.ts, and if you see user API, can you see we already have created a user? So from here you can enter that into the DB. From here you can enter that into the DB, right? And same user you can use in your other application. So the BCM YT queries, we have created application just to fire the queries, right? Now after doing this thing, you have written all the architecture related to the repositories and domain. You may uncomment this thing, it will create the user, or we already have created this in our application. So you may call this, you may call it BCM YT. Somewhere here you may call a sample user. So here you can say await repository, await repository dot create, and here you can create whatever user you want to create like this, and comment that line, and afterwards this will work continuously. In this way you can create the user, in short, or you can use our separate application BCM YT queries. That's it. So this is how I have created user, but technically I have created this user by means of query. Okay, so that was the quick update I wanted to tell you. Thank you. Lot of things we have covered in this project: complete customers module, fully functional bills module, and a basic kind of login module. What's happening inside the project? It's a billing counter management. We have developed this application for, you can say, billing counters in the shopping mall. As I told you earlier, this is my real project, and just piece of some parts of that project I have implemented in this video, that too with very much simpler syntaxes, just to show you how things work, right? One thing is remaining over here is analytics. Deliberately I have kept this behind for the reason by means of this module I want to revise all the concepts, and we would be using third-party library, which is nothing but chart.js. How that is happening we will see shortly. But before that, I want to rearrange this analytics module. Well, this thing I didn't implement in my project, means whatever we would be rearrangement I'm talking about, analytics part is there, but the way we have three menus over here, analytics, right? In my project same thing is happening. But now what I'm going to do, what rearrangement I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this analytics menu from here, and whenever you log in and come to this dashboard, over here only analytics would be shown. Let's do that. Let's remove the menu. See, kind of revision. So where is that menu? Tell me, write it in the comment box. Where is that menu? App nav, do we have it in app nav? No, we don't have it in app nav. Let's close all the things first. We don't have that in the app nav, but where is that then? If you go to the underscore index, this is the login page. Yeah, can you see this is the dashboard, which means that whatever loads over here, that is nothing but this dashboard underscore index. Then what is in the dashboard? Can you see here is the app now? So app now is a component. Let's go to the app now, and into the app now. Okay, this is the navigation bar. Fine. Side menu, correct. We have this as a side menu. So we don't want this analytics part to be here. So I'm removing it from here. Analytics. So there is no analytics. Okay. Just rerun the app. npm run dev. Rerun the app and refresh it. Can you see there is a no analytics part available over here? But here itself, we need to load the chart. As far as the project is concerned, right, we just need to show two things. Where are the wireframes? Go to the wireframes. After a lot of time, we have came to this wireframes PDF. So in the analytics chart, we simply need to show a bar chart and the pie chart. And as I told you, we would be using this library called as chart.js. What we would be using? A library called as chart.js, bar chart, and we have pie chart also, bar chart and pie chart. So we would be using this library. And go to the samples and you will get a lot of samples over here. Let's try to implement this into our project. How to do that? We need to have npm install chart.js. First thing we need to have. So where to write? Go here, see revision, npm install chart.js -- save. Okay, npm install chart.js. Hit the enter. We have chart.js installed in our project. Now also we need to do, so this chart.js we have installed. If you go to the GitHub or getting started chart.js v2, chart.js v3, and there is something related to the React. Just a minute. Chart.js React. Okay, so there is a one more library. You can say React chart.js 2. React components for the chart.js, the most popular charting library, right? Supports version 4 and version 3. So npm install save chart.js and the React chart.js 2. So we need to install this also. We simply have installed chart.js, and here we can say React chart.js-2, chart.js-2. Okay, so two things I have installed. Now you may go to the samples. So these are the examples available over here. Examples, a line chart. Yeah, it's loading, just a minute. Line chart. Okay, vertical bar chart. Let us see vertical bar chart. Yeah, this is the vertical bar chart we have. app.tsx, package.json, chart.js, see chart.js, React chart.js 2, okay, faker, at types React, React DOM, okay, all that things we have. And index.tsx, here you can see the example, create root element, okay, app.tsx, can you see, chart.js.register, and a lot of other things are there. If you can see, options are there, labels are there, data sets are there, like that. So let's do that thing. So whenever we say we need to load it, whenever projects get loaded, which is nothing, whenever you log in and you will straight away come to this page, and here you must see the charts. Okay, let's create the containers. This is the revision for creating container. Section, we have a section, class name, here you can say container, w, okay, how we have created the container, go to the builds, and here if you can say container h 100%, h 100, okay, 100%, w is by default 100%, container, container, hover over the cursor, can you see width is already 100%, we set height as 100%, and here we can say one div, these are our divs, and here we can say class name, flex, justify. So we need, what you can say, we need justify, we need one big div whose width is 80%, we can say width is 80%, margin top 5, and let's write h1 into this, h1, and here we can say analytics, class name, text 3xl, mx, text 3xl, that is okay, analytics. Then one more div we would be needing, and into this div, here we can say class name, w 80%, width 80%, height 40%, h, or you can say 50%, no problem, height 50%, and margin top 5, right? Into this we can have a div, here we will show bar chart, and we would be having one more div, here we will show pie chart. So what is going to happen? So here in this much section we will have bar chart, in this much section we will have pie chart. So horizontal row, bar chart, pie chart, two charts together. So let's give some width and height. So here we can say class name, it should be flex, class name, w, width 50%, here also class name, width 50%, this 50%, into this we will load bar chart, into this we will load pie chart, and let's say bg I just wanted to show you that color, what is happening. BG red 200. Okay, let's rerun the project. Until we rerun, nothing we will see, because due to the DB connections it is happening. Can you see here? It is happening like this analytics. Now we need to have little margin, mx3. Here we can say mx ml3. Okay, ml3, and here we can say to this justify content between, justify content between. Okay, let's give some shadow lg will shadow lg, refresh it. Can you see some gap is there? Shadow is also there. Instead of justify between, we can say justify around, refresh it. Okay, W is 80%. Okay, got it. So it is occupying full width, that's why it is not happening. If you give some border, and this thing, yeah, can you see only this much is the part. If you want little gap, you can say 100%. To this div you can assign width as 100%. Okay, now it is this much. So instead of width 50%, let's give 45%. Little gap would be there, 45%. And into these two we will load our bar chart and pie chart. Can you see little gap is there? Here also little gap, here also little gap. And here we will load bar, and here we will load, instead of justify around, justify between, space between. So it will start from the very beginning. And we will give ml3 margin left 3, remove the border and say ml3. Okay, this is about a UI. So here bar, here pie. Well, we have loaded the required dependencies. We have loaded what? Required dependencies. And then what we have done in our project? Done with the static data. Let's do it with the static data. First, how do you show the bar chart? See, there is no magic trick. You go over here, and this is the bar chart. Can you see here? Bar, options, and the data. Options is nothing but, here you can say what color would be and other things. That thing is in the options, and this is the actual data. Okay, so let's try to show the bar chart first. So first we would be needing the data for bar chart, and before that, before everything, first what we need to do, we need to register. Here we can say chart.js, or let's import the import. Here we can say from chart.js. So here we can say import chart as chart.js, import chart as chart.js. So first we need to register the chart.js. So here we can say chart.js dot register, and what items to register we will see shortly. Okay. Also we need to import, here you can say, a bar chart from the chart.js too. Okay. Now what to register we will see shortly, don't worry. After that, here we can say const bar options, this would be an object. Here we can say responsive colon true. Then plugins we can say legend, whatever legend we want to show, a name of that chart legend, and here we can say position top colon top as const. So all these things are available in the documentation. I am doing this by referring the documentation. Title, here we can say display true. Text, here we can say what is the text in our doc. Monthly sale, monthly sale. Okay, the document, it is saying monthly sale. And now this is the bar options. Let's have const bar labels is equals to static data January, Feb, March, April, May, June. Okay, now let's prepare the bar data. Const bar data is equals to this labels colon bar labels data sets is equals to, here we can say label 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 label. Okay, into this there is an, this is the first object, remember that multiple things are there. Label colon lab1, we can say label1 data is equals to bar labels dot map, here we can say some, you'll get to know math dot floor, some random number, math dot floor, here math dot random into 1001. So number, so this will generate the number which is less than 1000. And let's give some background color, and background color, here we can say RGBA 255 RGBA 255 99 132 0.5. Okay, so this is the data we need in this format, data sets, label 01 and something like this. Now here, how do you import the bar chart? So we already have imported the bar over here, and then you can say bar options is equals to bar options data is equals to bar data is equals to what? Bar data. Now here we need to have few things. So if you go to the bar chart, bar chart, so whatever you see over here, so these are nothing but what? The items we need to register. So this is the tooltip. Whatever you are saying, this is the tooltip, right? So let's try to add those required things. So here we can say bar element, we need to add title, we need to add tooltip, we need to add legend. At least these things are required right now. And I think we need linear scale. We need this linear scale. Okay, let us see this thing works or not. Let's go here. Okay, remove the background colors. We don't require the background colors now. We don't require the background colors now. So this BG slate 200, let's remove it. We got the idea how exactly bar and these are going to be positioned. Now go here and see this chart ID with the 0 must be destroyed. Chart ID chart.js, are we missing any dependency? Bar options, bar data. Canvas is already in use. Let's ask Google what's happening. Chart, it looks using chart under the hood. Okay. Chart ID must be 0. Okay, do we need to import anything? I think no, we don't need to import anything. Chart.js2. Chart.js2. In the document, what it is saying? Bar options. Okay, I have followed the same thing. Chart.js2 from chart.js. Okay, I think it requires all the things. Category scale. I'm copying all the things. let's import this. Let us see, it was the import error or what? Yeah, that was the import error. Can you see this is working? Our chart is working. We can see the chart over here, and can you see this lab 1 is nothing but this label. Now what about width and height? We will see shortly. Yeah, if you see, some random data has been generated. This is the tooltip. This is generating from, can you see, it is generating from this math.floor function till 1000 values are getting generated. And here I deleted a label. Okay, we can remove this functionality also, no problem. But we have seen some chart over here. We have seen some chart over here. That color also can be changed. The color is because of this. That anyways can be changed. So we have shown, we can say, a bar chart, and few things are there. We will see shortly how to remove that and other things. In the same fashion, let's add the pie chart. In the same fashion, let's add what? Pie chart. So how you are going to add pie chart? Again, you need to have some options and data, and here we can say pie. Let's with the bar we have imported pie also. There is options and there is a data. Okay, there is options and there is a data. So let's have over here const we can use pie options is equals to a responsive, or simply we can use these options also. If you need something like this, we can use this also, or we can use separate pie options. Responsive true, let's have responsive true plugins, and here we can say what is the label? Products sale. So pie options, bar options, pie options. So what I'm referring to the official documentation only, remember that, for the chart.js. Now const, what I'm referring, let me show you, vertical. Okay, where is that? Pie, yeah, I'm referring document for this. So here also you can see the pie chart, this document I'm referring. Okay, so const pie data is equals to labels, and we can add some labels, say product pane, then eraser, then fruits, then mobile. Okay, then you can say dry fruits, etc. data. Here you can say data, and okay, that is the labels. It's not data, data sets, into the data sets label. So how many? 1 2 3 4 5 data sets. Here we can say label, sorry. So here we can say number of products, data, pen 12 pens, eraser 300 erasers, fruits 20 fruits, mobile 4 mobiles, dry fruits 50. 1 2 3 5. So these are 5, these are 5. Data, background color. Here we can say background color for each item, background color for each item, RGBA 255, background color or red, green, blue, caded blue, and gray. Okay, border width colon 1. Pie data. Here we can pass pie data. Now let's go here. Okay, where is that? Here. Are we missing something? Category scale, linear scale, arc element. Arc element is required for the pie chart. Yeah, can you see this? So we have created the pie chart automatically. Pen would be removed, eraser would be removed, this would be removed, mobile would be removed, only dry fruits will be there. So this label would be removed. So it remains only this thing. So here what we have done, we have loaded the pie chart and the bar chart with some random data. Now what we need to do exactly, we need to fill in all these things with our Mongo data. How to do that, we will see shortly. Thank you. Hi. So we have worked on the chart.js related part in the analytics module. We have seen how to build this bar chart. We have seen how to build this pie chart, right? And what is this monthly cell? Month in the given year. What is in a given year? What is per month cell that we are trying to print over here or show over here? And in the pie chart, what we are trying to show, which thing has been sold, what is the percentage of the items being sold. So what is the percentage of pen, tea, coffee, whatever, like this. right? Now we need to start this with our repository. We need to create the analytics repository. I have given a sample code over here. Now we need to write Mongo queries to fetch the data in this form, and that requires little intermediate level knowledge of Mongo, and then and only then you can do that part, right? First I will write the query and then explain it to you. Okay, see, now let's create the function first. Total month-wise sale. Okay, export function and async. These two functions we would be having, and export async function total product wise sale. Total product sale quantity or percentage. Okay, so we need to prepare the Mongo query. And what would be Mongo query? Remember that it is an aggregate pipeline. If you have studied the Mongo, it would be the aggregate pipeline. So return from here, we would be using a Mongoose model that is nothing but bill dot aggregate pipeline, and here we need to add the stages. So first stage over here, in the first stage, what we need to do, $match is a operator. We'll explain that $match is the operator. Now bill date, so this is our key available in the bill domain, right? And here you can say $GTE greater than or equals to start of the year, greater than or equals to start of the year, $LTE less than or equal to end of the year. So we need to first filter out these records. First we need to filter out these record which is matching this criteria, This is the first stage. Now in the second stage of the pipeline, we can say $group, it's a group by, right? It's a group by. We need to group by means of underscore ID. We need to provide in the group by query, we need to say what would be the unique thing. A unique thing would be the $month. Remember that this is our defined variable, and value to this month would be $bill date, right? Month bill date. So we have defined this variable, and here we are saying that $bill date. So bill date is nothing but this. We are pointing to this thing. So whatever result we have got over here, that from that we are creating the group by. Easy, right? Then we have total sale. This is our created variable, total sale. And here it is again one more operator we are using, sum operator. And here sum of what? In the bill we have amount key. In the bill what we have? Amount key. Now in the third stage, what to show and what not to show, that thing is called as projection. What to show, what not to show, project. Here we can say, so here we can say month. If you month, here you can say $ID. So this one, so rename ID with the month over here. Then the total sale, here you can say $sum is another operator, and sum of, so whatever you get in the group by, make a sum of this amount, sorry, month underscore ID, Here we already have done that sum over there, total cell. We just need to say one, show this, and underscore id. Here we can say don't show this. So return bill.aggregate $match first stage. This is another stage. This is another stage. Aggregate pipeline, right? You need to have a little knowledge of Mongo over here. Intermediate knowledge of the Mongo. Now we need to send it to the React. Remember that this will happen at the server side. Again, React flow, component action loader component. Loaders will provide data to the component. So presently there is no action and other thing. So we just have a loader. We need to create the loader which will supply data to the component. Okay, let's go here. We didn't create a loader yet. Let's create the loader. Export, div export, async function loader, and return right now empty object. So we will return the object with same name. So here we can say bar data and py data. Bar data and what? Py data. So we have already created the repository. We need to get that repository. Import. Here we can say from analytics, from repository and analytics repository. And here you can say which repository, what's the name of repository. Okay, we don't have anything. So total month wide cell, we directly have a function. Total month wide cell and total product percentage, right? Let's import both of them. Total product percentage. So we have these two things imported. Now in the loader, let's say const raw data. We can say raw sale data, SLDT, is equals to await over here total month wise sale. Await what? Total month wide sale. Let's extract the bar labels. So remember that this will return you an array dot map over here, and each element el dot month. So we are extracting month over here. So bar labels would be month. Now here const bar data, const bar data. So first we need to pass the labels. That labels are nothing but bar labels. Then the data sets. This is important. This is the structure of the chart.js. Chart.js require all these things in this form only. So here we can give a label, and that is nothing but what? Month data. Here we can say, so raw sale data. Here we can say raw sale data dot map el arrow el dot total cell. Remember that this total cell is coming from, can you see this variable or this variable? The total cell is coming from this projection, month is coming from this projection. Okay, so we have a data set, and the background color, we can say background color, and here we can say red. Background color would be red. So your bar data will look like this. So let's comment this bar data. Bar options we can use as it is, but let's comment this bar data. Okay, now here const, here we can say bar data py data, or let's use a bar data right now, is equals to use loader data is of type, sorry, not here, I'm sorry, so it should be in a component of type loader, bar data type of loader, correct? And this bar data would be getting projected. So finger crossed, let us see this works or not. So if this is working, this would be working from the DB. Okay, let's restart the app. And here, can you see month 11, 1 and 2. So we have most of the bills in the 11th month, that is a current month. That is correct. So in the first month, one bill, in the second month, one bill is there. So this data is coming from DB, remember that. Only 3 in the 2023, can you see if you hover over the cursor, 8,000 something. In the first month, 1380 something, and second month 162368. So in this way your data is loading. If you need this in the black, BLACK, yes, color has been changed. Right now it has taken a lot of time for me to write these queries. You might be thinking that in one shot I have written. It's not like that. I have written this query in multiple iterations, right? And then I have written this. Remember that if you know the Mongo concepts, you can write these things very easily. Absolutely fine. So this is all about, you can say, monthly sale. Now there is a task for you. So here we are getting month in the form of numbers. Here you are getting month in the form of numbers. Can you see? That's why numbers are getting printed over here. You need to convert that numbers. You need to convert this numbers array into the text array. So if this is a 2012 March, 11 November, 1 Feb, month start from 0. Okay. So in this way you need to convert. So I'm writing comment for this, convert these numbers to what you can say, month names. This is a task for you. So I have given 90% of the code, 10% is just remaining. So here we have written a simple function for, here we have written simple function for showing the bar chart, fetching the data from the bar chart and showing it on the dashboard. Let's work on this pie chart. So how pie chart is going to work? So pie chart would be having little lengthy query, aggregation pipeline only. Go to the analytics, and here return again bill dot aggregate, and aggregate pipeline stages we need to add. So first stage would be as it is also depends on the year, that's why this stage would be as it is, year. Then there is something called as unwind. There is one operator called as unwind, and dollar items. Remember that items is an array. If you remember the bills domain, I'm sorry, there is an array. Now you can imagine what is the unwind operator. right? This is the items, and that's what we are unwinding over here. So when you say unwind, deconstructs the item array, create the separate document for each array element. This is necessary to work with the individual item in the subsequent stages. So here we are unstructuring the array into the individual document. Unwind is what? Unstructuring, destructuring the array into individual element. Okay, in the one stage we have done unwinding. Then again group by, group. So we need to group. So when you say we need to group, every group by requires the id, and so this would be the name of the item. So here we can say dollar inside this items, dollar inside this items dot item name. Then there is something, one our variable total cell. We need the total cell over here. So here we can use total cell dollar sum, and into that again dollar multiply. All these are the Mongo operators, remember that. All these are the Mongo operators, and here we can say dollar items dot price. Inside the items array there is a price and there is a quantity. Items dot price and items dot quantity. Items dot quantity. Okay, so we got this. So in this stage, well, to avoid the tax value, I have done this thing. Otherwise we could have done something like this also, dollar amount, but there is a tax involved into this amount, right? So we don't need to consider the tax. That's why, just to show you how do you make the, otherwise this line and this line is exactly same. We are just printing the amount, but here I don't want to include the tax, little complexity added. Okay, so again group by. So here we are going to make a group by again. So here underscore id is null, we don't need any id. So total amount, here we can say total amount. So here dollar sum of total sale. So we are referring to this variable dollar total sale, and then here we can say items array, items array, and dollar push is again operator. Dollar push is again Mongo operator. Items push, item name, and here we can say dollar underscore id, and total cell over here, total cell over here, dollar total cell. So to this we are pointing. Okay, now projection, last level is nothing but the projection, what to show, what not to show. Project, here we can say show the total amount. I want to show this into my part, total amount colon 1. Then in items, this is an array, there is a map operator we would be using, map, and to the input, here we can say input dollar items, then as, here you can say as item in, now one more operator, we need to use in, here we can say item name, and here dollar item dot item name, and percentage cell, then dollar multiply, so here is we need to check the condition dollar multiply, and inside this we need to check the condition like this dollar $COND. If you can say dollar equals operator, dollar item dot total cell is null, dollar item cell is null, then 0, else, pretty understanding, you can understand this, else, if this condition is this, then 0, otherwise dollar divide dollar else dollar divide, so we need to provide the values over here. So here we can say this one, total cell is total amount, is dollar total amount. Okay, then again one more projection. Okay, here so lengthy query, one more projection. Now here what to show and not to show finally, dollar project, so whatever projection we have done over here, on that we are applying this projection project. Here we can say total amount is 1, items 1, and underscore ID 0. Underscore ID what? 0. Well, we have written this query. Now this part is a little tricky for you. This part is a little tricky for you, but this is the projection and there is an array, and because of there is an array, we need to do these things. Remember that dollar match, dollar unwind, dollar match, dollar unwind, dollar group, dollar project, dollar sum, dollar push, dollar map, right? Dollar COND are the operators, the conditional operator, right? Dollar COND is conditional operator, evaluates the Boolean expression, one of the two specified expression based on the result. It is used to handle the cases where certain things are null, right? So what we will do, one thing we need to do, let me console.log this raw sale data, and here const rw, and here we can say rw pr data, pr dt, await, here we can say total product wide sale, and let's console.log rw pr dt. Okay, let's refresh it and you will see the output of the queries. Can you see here, first output about this bar chart, total sale this thing month 11, total sale this month 1, total sale this month 1, And if you see the second thing, right, total amount is this much, and these are the items which would be shown in the pie chart. This object, this object, this object, this object, this object. This is the items array we have created, and whatever our requirement is, that into that item name would be there. So whenever you click over here, item name would be there and the percentage would be there. That part we have added it into this object. Okay, now let's try to convert it to our form. So const pie data. So here we can say const pie labels first. Labels, again this one rwprdt dot map. Here we can say element arrow el dot item name. Remember that this item name we have put in the result. If you see, so here we created item name and the total sale. Can you see? So we created items array, and into the items array we have pushed item name and the total sale. That's about this aggregate pipeline, right? That's about this aggregate pipeline. Into this projection, what we have done, into this projection, simply we have checked is there any null or not, right? And then into this projection we have shown what to show and what not to show. Okay, now here you can go pie labels. Now const pie data is equals to labels pie labels, then data sets. So first we can say label percent sale. Percent means what we are showing, the percentage of sale. Then data, here you can say rwprdt dot map, So what we need to do over here, we simply need to create some random values. So here we can say const color is equals to math.random into 256 into 256. So 0.0 to 1.0 into 256, number will be always less than this 256, and math.floor value returns the greatest integer. Remember that this is a 1.1 or 0.1 to 256 incomplete number. So this is return the integer. So floor value we will convert it to the integer and COL. So first thing, so from here we need to return what you can say RGB value dollar random color So here also random color, and here also random color. Okay, so from here pie data we are returning. Let's comment out the pie data, and over here pie data. Let's try to restart the app and see, are we getting results in the pie chart? Null. Oh, I'm sorry. So this is the background color. And data would be the percentage value dot map. Over here we can say el arrow, element arrow, el dot percentage. If you see the pie data, in the pie data just numbers are there, right? and to each pi we are giving color. So this is the actual numbers. To each pi we are giving color. Same thing we are doing over here. Percentage, percent. So this value we already have created percentage cell, right? This variable, just copy and paste it over here. Now rerun the app. I think we will see only one color everywhere. Still null. Data sets, pi data, pi labels, return bar data, pi data, pi data, pi data, bar data. Okay, pi options, bar labels we don't require. Data sets, labels, pi labels, data sets, under the data set, data sets, label data background color, label data background color, border width, border width 1, data is pi data. Why? Pi data, pi options, bar data. Why is border width? Okay, so this is a array actually. So this is going to return the array. Data set labels is array. Data sets, data sets is array. label spelling, label is correct. Then this data is also correct. Background color, background. So this is also correct. And the border width, let's remove this border width. Okay, border width is giving some problem. Border width. Okay, now I think there was some mistake. Rerun the app. Okay, it is getting null. But if you see, okay, this is the problem. If you see here, it is returning an array, and inside that array there is a one more object, and inside that object there is a items array, right? And here, whenever you directly access this thing, this is wrong. So this is the 0th element dot items. So if you see what it is going to return, it will return this array. Into the array, 0th element will point to this object, and into that object there is a items. Or simply we can do await 0th element and dot items. Now it will throw the error. It says that you just type any, give the type as any. Here also give type as any, like this. Now hopefully this work, finger crossed. Yeah, everything is in the black color. I got it why this is happening, because here color is getting generated only once. So instead of writing this into, instead of writing this to be in this way, let's convert it to the function. And whenever you call the function, every time a new thing would be returned to you. Right? Now let's run the app and see. Can you see? VVV is a product, BBB, AAA, DDD, CCC. And if you click over here, DDD sale is this much. Okay. Now if you go here, can you see this percentage sale? Somewhere we have forgotten to multiply by 100. Right? Can you see? So if you multiply it by 100, so which will become 1 point something like this. This is 1.6 like this. So somewhere we have missed in our query. Go to the query, go to the multiply, right? Into the multiply, this is the first thing, and after that just write 100, multiply whatever you get over here. So this is the first element, you'll get one value over here, multiply by 100. Okay, let's rerun the app again. Yeah, can you see now 16.58 point? Can you see here? Now sale of this DDD product is 58%, 5%, 18%, 1%, like this. So this is how your analytics dashboard will work. So Mongo queries we have written, Mongo queries we have created. Right? So all these things are from the MongoDB. Right? I can explain you in detail, but this is not the right place to explain you in detail. We are understanding the project, right? In my Learn series, you might go to this Mongo section where I am going to record in detail Mongo. What is the aggregate pipeline? What is the group? Unwind, all other things I am going to explain over there. So this is all about analytics module. Almost everything is completed in this project. Let's meet in next part of the video. Thank you. Well, that's all about billing counter management project. Let us see what we have implemented. Login screen, ABC, @gg.com, ABC. So it will redirect you to the dashboard page. On the dashboard page, you will see analytics. This is a monthly sale. This is the product wise sale. Customers tab. Here you can say bills tab. You can create a new customer. You can see already registered customers. Here you can see search by mobile number. In the local data you will search. Then bills. Creating new bill, you can see all existing bills, date, cashier, counter, a lot of things we have implemented. This filter will work on the server side part. Then the details, bill details. Then here you can see bill details and customer details, right? Bill details, customer details. All these things we have implemented. And in the beginning, we have started with simple UI. We just have build static UI. Then we have added loaders. From the server we got the data and then we implemented accordingly. Then we implemented the actions, right? And then we added the database. And while implementing all these things, we have used RemixJs framework, a full stack React framework, that is RemixJs. So whenever you start any of the application, please make sure what are your requirements and what is the best suitable framework. I just have given you demo because I have implemented this project in the same framework. I repeatedly have told you, so this is just a 10% of my actual project. Whatever I have implemented and delivered, it is simply a 10% of that project, right? But why I have shown everything in this video, just to give you idea how enterprise grade applications are developed. Well, still it is not that enterprise grade because there is a scope of improvisation. In what terms? React memory optimization. Then database related operations also can be optimized. Then design patterns can be used in the project. Well, I have already done all these things in my actual project, but just to show you how you should start the project, what is your thinking behind implementing the things, all that things I have tried to cover over here, and the emphasis was only on to show you how you should think before you implement. And that is okay for this project. In upcoming projects, in upcoming videos, I will definitely cover all the memory optimization related things, DB queries, design patterns, how you should transfer the data correctly, and other things. In this project also we have done everything correctly, but our core emphasis on the business logic and handling the complexities. That was our core intention behind this project. I hope you have enjoyed this project. I hope you have implemented things with me. And I hope you have learned a lot of things from this project. Remember that this project will help you as your, you can say, college project, or as your hobby project, or as your learning material. Implement the project, upload everything on the Git, and write it to your resume. Give a link to your resume. Right? That is how this project will help you. Also, if you have liked my efforts, if you have liked my content, please do subscribe and share this project with your friends and other people who really want to implement something. That's all about billing counter management project. Stay tuned with me for upcoming content. Thank you.